going on here?
Hold on, I got it. Let me do this. Hold on, I got it. Wait. Hold on.
Yep. Okay.
That's not it. Hold on. Where?
What?
Wait. I thought it was. Hold on.
What time does it start?
Well, it's
I don't
left
know what the
past
hell's
10,
going on.
so theoretically,
Just trying to
anywhere in the
fix
next 9
Starts
hours.
when
Man,
it
it's so
starts.
goddamn dark.
Just let me. Hold on. I can't. If I can just
All
figure
right,
out.
I need to get
Sorry.
everything.
1 sec.
You wait until we have a guest to pull this horse shit.
I know.
Yeah,
Jake
what'd you
is
do,
so annoyed
Matt?
too. Look at Jake. Jeez.
You know, we're never this stupid.
Jake's
Matt.
pissed off. This
That's
guy
a
lost an
lie.
eye for this show, and this is
Hold
the
on.
shit you're pulling.
Literally didn't want to say. But...
Hold on. It's not working. Wait a second.
We'll do it
Hold on.
live.
Now I hear an echo.
Wait, there's
That
an
was-
echo?
That might have been me. I just I just did it. I fixed it. So, all right.
Hold on.
Yeah, Ben, I like your sweatshirt.
What do you
One
want me to hold
sec.
on to? You keep telling me to
My
hold
son
on.
Wait.
said I looked cool. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
wow. I
You
won.
do look
yeah,
cool.
right.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I almost got. Wait.
Okay,
Damn,
so-
that's not it.
Wait, what
What
am I
is
waiting
wrong
for?
here? We gotta start. What's happening? I'm like losing it.
This is
Hold on.
fucking believable.
I can't
One
get
more
my
sec.
goddamn lights to work
This
right.
is unbelievable.
The mic.
I'm
I
2
couldn't put the
seconds.
fucking
I
other
feel like
headphone.
it's.
In case anyone wanted to know why I wasn't here last week, this is the shit.
I
this
know
is
I'm
what-
just kind of needling it, but 1 sec.
Hold
on.
Hello, what the fuck?
Hello. Oh my god.
Okay, reminder: don't talk over the intro.
I swear to God, if you ruin
No,
my
don't
intro
talk
one more
over the
time,
intro.
Shut.
Oh, we're not allowed to talk over it anymore.
Jake, I swear to fucking God.
What?
preferred-
I'm asking for clarification.
It's
thought
preferred
it
that we
was
don't
start
talk
the
during the
intro.
intro.
It's all right.
Start it over.
We try not to.
What are you talking about?
I
Why
swear
make an
to-
intro and then talk over it?
Well,
It's like a
just-
waste.
Feels
No.
repetitive. is
Where's
all.
Ben
It-
Dixon
it-
in the intro?
yeah. You didn't
Oh.
He left out censored.
timer.
This is like
First
fucking
timer.
He's played by
Stalin,
me.
Russia.
There he is.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He doesn't have a tie on.
I'm sorry I gave you a diddler's mustache there, sir.
Oh, what now?
Okay.
Benjamin in the
Are
house.
we
Look.
really? Are we
Benjamin Dixon's
live
here.
now?
Yeah. No. Yeah, we're live now. This is such a professional show. That's what I like about it. It's like there's no behind the scenes stuff exposed at all. Everything is perfectly done. No glitches. What's going on, guys? Thanks for being here.
What's
Well,
going
good
on is
evening.
I'm mad as fuck
Why? What is
What
up?
else is new?
from this fucking. I show up, and you tell me, "Hey, all right, we're gonna pretend like we can't start the show." You're drinking out of a fucking gourd. God knows what the fuck's going on there. I'm just trying to have a
a
normal
pot of
fucking
coffee.
life. I'm trying to show up and do this show and get out of here like a normal person, and then you're drinking out of whatever the God
wow.
knows that is.
Good to know how invested you are in the show, Andrea. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well,
Hey, everybody.
yes.
Benjamin
I-
Dixon.
We got Ben Dixon
Benjamin
here wearing
Dixon.
the reddest shirt on planet Earth.
You know, it is pretty red. Yeah, I didn't realize
is
how
a
red it was.
big honor. It is a big honor for me. As I was saying, you made between your show and Andrea's, you made the pandemic livable for me. Every morning, coffee, Ben, and
Same here.
James and Rebecca and
Ah,
Dr. Mac and
memories.
Georgia and Andrea. Yes, it was a tough time, but and learning. And you took us through George Floyd, everything.
Yeah, those were some
Everything.
days. Wow.
Oh,
And thank you for all the
amazing.
support, Sandy. I really appreciate the support through the years. And you know, and so when I saw Environmental Coffee House, I'm like, of course I know who you are. Because it's great being here with you all. Matt, it's a pleasure, man. I'm so glad we got to link up. You know, we still have work to do together in the future, but it's been so long since we had a chance to kick it. And Andrea and Jake, it's good.
You guys said you wanted to kill that world leader. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm not
That's the
above
kinda-
it.
It's the kind of thing you can put on hold for a little while and then get back to.
Yeah,
I'm-
well,
Cross your fingers. Hope God steps in. But no, guys, this is a little unusual, but I got really excited when I found out Benjamin Dixon was going to be here, so I took a class on interviewing from a political, like a campaign consultant. Would you mind if I asked him like 2 questions?
I mind.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Don't listen to Andrea.
So how long you been here?
6 months.
Okay.
Classic.
How long has YouTube been here?
6 months.
Okay.
Amazing.
Good.
What kind of couch do you have?
Latex.
Well, I'm glad everyone's talking about how excited they are for Ben Dixon to be here. Because on the other hand, I'm very upset. When I read that Ben Dixon was showing up, I got angry. I got filled with rage.
That makes sense because you guys are mortal enemies.
Absolutely. I couldn't control my outburst. There's a hole in my wall right now.
I remember the first video I saw of yours, Andrea, and you were reviewing comments by me and maybe like two other people. And I sat nervously because you really dissected the other people so well. I'm like, oh Lord, what did I say wrong?
Oh, no.
And you got to my video and thankfully I didn't say anything wrong. You're like, oh, he wasn't too bad. He was pretty spot on. So that was my first time getting to see your work.
There's an alternate universe out there where you fucked up.
Yes.
That one
Not
time,
this one though.
Thankfully.
I have this quick story this is as coolest that I have felt in this space, like with the online left. It was we were doing some sort of like debate coverage or something on Leftist Mafia, and we hadn't gone live yet, and I'm sitting there, and Ben was going to be on, and like David Dole and Mike Figueredo were like, I'm DMing him, but he's not here yet. Should we just go live? And I was like, wait, let me text him. And they're like, you have his number? And I was like, yeah, motherfuckers. I got a sick Rolodex. You don't even know.
Hey man, you white folks know how to make a black man feel good. That's all I can say. That made me feel special.
Okay, I have a question.
Here's some lovely honkies.
Speaking of
Jake is red as hell, man. What's in that glass?
Yeah, I tried to eyeball my color adjustment, and it didn't work out.
let me tell you this.
I realized the irony.
My first
It's
question:
really
does everyone know Jake's favorite letter of the alphabet?
Oh,
I
boy.
hate you. I hate you.
I was going to say W.
I did not see
I was gonna
that
say
one
I.
coming.
Good one. Okay.
I would like Ben to tell everybody about who you are because there are people on my channel that may not be familiar with you.
That's a good
Oh, yeah,
point.
we are just doing a lot of assuming.
I'm not familiar with Ben.
Right.
And,
There's probably some
I
people
know-
like, who the heck is this guy?
Well, we have
I
new
doubt it.
people that
You never know.
that are with us, and usually they tune in and they get terrible environmental news. And tonight is a little different as always, and I like to explain that this is my night off from the doomosphere. So we want to hear about who you are.
I am still figuring out who I am myself. I am a political commentator. Yeah, I've been doing that for many, many, many years. I think going on 10 years now. You mentioned, you first met my work back in Bernie, and it's kind of wild how you're doing it and you're new at it. I was new at it back in 2015, and now I'm like this veteran, and you see this whole period of 10 years go by so fast. It's wild. But leftist, even though there's some on the left who don't think I'm a leftist, that's neither here nor there.
Noted liberal Benjamin Dixon.
Yes.
Join us.
Yes.
It's all semantics.
Yeah. So that's it.
And Reverend Dixon.
Well, yes,
That's
pastor.
right.
I am a pastor. That's a huge part of my. I've got a lot going on, guys. That's all I can say. And I'm working on a pretty big project in the meantime that probably will take me out of politics altogether. So let's keep your fingers crossed over the next couple of weeks.
I can't wait until you're out of politics.
Yeah,
it's my time to shine.
There you go. But no, man, I honestly, if you sum me up, it's just I actually care. I actually care, and I'm willing to fight. So that's me.
Yeah. Well put.
Who doesn't think you're left enough?
Well,
You don't have to be
Andrea.
specific.
What is there a
Well,
purity test now?
There's been nothing but purity test on the left.
I was going to say that's
yeah.
basically all we do.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
But like, I wouldn't
That's
have
true.
pegged you for one that somebody would call out for not being left enough.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
really,
okay.
you have to think about it is because when Ben Dixon took down Bloomberg's campaign, that really was a huge blow to the left.
mean-
we never recovered.
Let's just get that out there. Ben single-handedly, right?
Yeah, those were the good old days. That was
Yeah.
the days when you know I could tweet something and it would go viral. Now I'm like, you know, in an uphill fight against what Elon Musk and his algorithm now. But
Yeah.
yeah,
You know-
it was Bloomberg days back in 19, something like that.
I always say, like, you know, there's more of us than there are of the billionaires, but then just one guy took one billionaire down single-handedly. So
I thought you were going somewhere. I thought you were going to say just one guy purchased Twitter and shut us all down, but you threw it back at me, man.
oh no,
You know, you
Look.
guys made me feel good. I need to get my podcast back up and going. Make me feel welcome
Look,
back in the
that's
space.
all right. I'll
Don't
take
worry.
that
By the
back.
time the show's over, you'll hit the delete button on that.
have you guys seen my proto Elon comics?
No.
I
Is
have-
it like
Where-
Proto Man from the
I mean,
Rockman series?
okay, look, I've been making fun of Elon Musk in comic strips that I know are not going to be. I'm saying Twitter, I'm calling him a man baby, all this stuff, and I know there's no way that people are going to see them, but Elon Musk fucking sees them because he's looking for his name in the word Twitter, so he can filter it out, and his ego can't take it, so he needs to see all the criticism. So I made them, and my wife is like, "Oh, they're never gonna let those like gain any traction on Twitter," and I was like, "But Elon Musk will see them."
I'm
Yeah.
retweeting.
I
them.
like that.
I am retweeting your
We're
stuff.
10 minutes in
Thank
and
you.
the conspiracies are
minute.
rolling in.
Are you're already sharing them on Twitter?
Yeah, nobody's
See,
seen them.
that's how the algorithm is. Like I follow you, you follow me, and I don't see any of your comics anymore. So now I have to go turn on your notifications to make sure I see them.
You want to just see one real quick?
Yes.
Absolutely.
They're
We-
I'd
pretty
like to see 3. If
We've
possible.
got
They're-
new people with us. Yeah.
They're incredibly formulaic. Okay, so I always say something like,
It's
I
just
love
so
88. I
hurtful.
can't with 88.
I say, again, this comic strip is absolutely 100% not a parody of the grown man baby who owns Twitter by the exact same name. Just to be clear, this is not a critique of Elon Musk by like showing him doing things as a little kid that he does as an adult. So here's like a couple of racists are like, Elon, you are so cool. You're so rich and you've got tons of cash. I mean, you're so smart and funny too. Hopefully we could be friends. He says, sure, you guys have great taste for a couple of poor fucking idiots, because every comic ends with him calling them fucking idiots, like no matter who it
Oh
is.
my God.
So here's like, he's
Yeah.
like, immigrants go home and they say, hey, Elon, isn't your family from South Africa? Doesn't that make you an immigrant? Why is your family? Why is it different for your family? He goes, because we're white, you fucking idiots.
I like
So,
the
like-
arrow. The arrow's the best part.
Yeah, with the backwards hat.
Yes.
So this is the kind of thing that
You're
I
so
did.
talented.
I knew it wasn't going to get any traction. I knew nobody would ever see it, but I also knew
One person will.
Elon Musk will see
the
it.
person
How
who
many
needs to
viewers
see
we got?
100%.
Yeah.
7 people have seen it.
He will see it. So that made me so happy when that occurred to me. I was like, oh my God, I
And
can
really-
I can reach him so quickly.
Yes, right.
All you're doing is fishing for the free advertising boost when he inevitably bans you from Twitter, because
Yeah,
the benefit
2 a
that's
week.
going to have for you is going to be through the roof.
2 a week until that happens.
There you go. There you go.
I'm gonna have one where he's buying a kid science project. And
I
the
thought you were going to
kid's
say
like,
buying a kid. I was about to say,
yeah, do
wow,
that
that's a
too.
little too much. You
Two
know,
on the nose there.
yeah, but the kid's like, oh wow, do you really think my science project's that good? And he goes, I don't know, but I'm gonna own it now, so I'm smart. You know, it is all, it's all the shit that he does, but as a little kid, because he basically does what little kids would do. But anyway, back to that. I mean, this guy buys Twitter and ruins everything.
Yeah.
Like it was
Really?
actually like a cesspool that
Oh,
people were managing, and working with. And then he said, no, we're going to lean into the cesspool part of it.
Yeah, really bad. You know what I do want to talk about with you, Ben? I want you to talk about your book, God is Not a Republican,
Oh.
at some point, because I
Yeah.
did put it in the show notes and I don't have it yet. So I'm going to get it.
It's I wrote it. Man, that was back in 2012 or 2011 when I wrote it.
Oh, I don't have it.
It is really,
Prescient.
yeah, I really just systematically went like category by category of what the Republican Party stood for then, pretty much what they stand for now. They're just much worse. And I broke it down based on scripture where like they don't even align with the Bible, right? Like none of their policies, none of the things they stand for actually aligns with the Bible. And then I flipped it on his head and I start making arguments from a progressive perspective, but not from the biblical perspective, because the whole argument is that, you know, America works because of separation of church and state. And so even in my progressive arguments, I'm like, I can make these arguments without making them a biblical argument. They're just good policy and good for people. So that's the book.
I think that book needs to get out there again. It needs a resurgence. I do. I really do. It's very important. It's what you just said, separation of church and state. And that's it. How do you feel about taxing churches or the mega churches? Maybe not small community churches, but mega churches that make a certain amount of dollars?
You know, I think that if the IRS kicked in the Johnson Amendment and actually did what they said, like if you are involved in politics, tax them. Right. There's too many evangelical churches that literally use their resources. And and they're doing it right in front of the IRS. In terms of like generally taxing them, I think at a certain size, like I honestly, I'm not opposed to it. I don't really care. Okay. I just think in my mind, I'm like, ooh, if we had to pay taxes right now, our church is extremely small. Like
not you.
It might be as small as your audience tonight or what's on the screen. It's a really small church, but you know, when you have pastors who can buy a Maserati or 2 or 3, you know, that something's not being done right.
17 private jets.
This is beautiful. Yeah. It's music to my ears. I love it. I'm so touched.
Yeah. I was wondering, Andrea, like how many rotations you started off your screen was like this, and then you were upside down. It's like
I fuck with it all the time.
Oh, great. Yeah. Hey, no, I love it. It's, you know, a little vertigo, but it's
God is not a Republican should be a t-shirt. Like this should be more than just a book title. It should be a campaign. Okay, as you know,
get hit.
Like I'm in the South now.
Yeah.
I see the funniest church signs. What was the one? It was like it was something like read the it was something about dental work, and it was like brush up on your truth decay or something by reading the book. So they have all kinds of dumb ones. But then I saw one and I was like, hold on, because most of the churches down here are either not political or Trump supporters. Like if they're political at all, they're Trump supporters. And I saw one that said, God does not vote, he commands. And I was like, is that non-political?
That's it.
Well, God doesn't vote.
He commands. So they're like, fuck politics? Is that what they're saying basically? Like stop paying attention to the president and start focusing on God and religion?
That can go so many ways.
Yeah, I couldn't put my finger on it.
On beauty and spirituality and helping each other and not what it's become.
Yeah, no, it's really big. It's really scary what it's become. Who was that? George Carlin? No, it wasn't George Carlin. Who said that when fascism comes to America, it would be with a cross and a flag?
Wasn't that Carl Sagan? Was it Carl? It was somebody.
It was somebody cool.
Guys out in our chat, let us know.
The Snyder?
Somebody in the chat.
It might be George. Yeah, according to Goodreads, it was George Carlin.
Oh, it was. Okay.
When fascism comes to America, it will not be in brown and black shirts. It will not be with Jack, son of a gun. Maybe I'm wrong. He talked about it generally. Wrapped in the flag, though. That's what I remember.
Okay.
But that's what's so scary, because that's where we are. I mean, you guys, and we don't have to talk, you know, politics. We don't have to talk hard.
No, but the interviewer in me kind of kicked up, and I wanted to ask you forever, so I have I have my choice.
I'll answer any questions, you know, you know, but I don't
know. Yes.
Because I'm politically kind of a doomsdayer, the same way you Sandy, you describe your environmentalism.
Doomosphere.
Oh my goodness. And I'm just maybe one step from joining you over there, because I'm trying to raise kids. I would love to have a planet for them and my grandchildren. So
yeah.
I'm a doomer. I'm a doomer.
Andrea's
also, for the record, Sinclair.
I am the #1 doomer.
Sinclair Lewis. Thank you.
I think.
Thank you.
I remember it. Got truth decay? Brush up on your Bible. That's what it was. Sorry. It took me. I got there. It took me a while.
That's a
But
solid slogan.
that's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
I have a question about politics. And you know what? Like,
I have 17 answers.
It's difficult. I don't approve of political jokes because we've seen so many get elected.
But I see what you did there.
What? So what happens? It's kind of a I asked this to Yasmin Ali Khan, who I had on the show last Monday night. What happens if Trump suddenly kicks the bucket because he's not looking well? I mean, he never is. What if he's suddenly gone?
First of all, I'm going to have to make good on a lot of promises.
We celebrate, we get happy, whatever. I'm just saying stuff we don't have to worry about that I'm curious about. Does JD Vance become the guy? Do they boot him? Does RFK become the guy? Is it Tulsi Gabbard? Who the hell is it? Chris Christie? What do they do? Who do they got?
They don't have.
It would have to be Vance, right?
Yeah, it would have to be Vance, but
or JR.
That's they don't have an heir apparent though.
Harris.
They see what they do have, which is so terrifying, is they have an infrastructure. They have like a proto infrastructure that is this MAGA infrastructure that's set to replace the entire administrative state. So they have that, but they don't have another figurehead. But once they get that administrative state replaced, they won't need a figurehead. They can just put up Paul Ryan for that matter. They would never do that, but I'm saying they could put someone milquetoast up like that.
They could put up Bernie Sanders, and the whole point of their administration overhaul is that no one can fix it. So
that's actually what terrifies me, is that the only person of the people that I think could do better than Trump is just somebody nobody knows.
Yeah,
like when you cast an actor that nobody knows for a role, so they can pay more attention to the role. Yeah, that's what would happen. Like I could conceive. I think we have to act like what I'm about to say is not so. But if I'm picking ponies here, I think Harris is going to win. But I think I would be genuinely unsure of that if they were saying, that we're running an unknown. And the problem is Republicans regardless. This 2025 thing, this is what they're all about anyway. So an unknown Republican would be incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
But don't you think they want to have doesn't the Trump family, doesn't he want his whole family involved and
if it makes him money?
And groom his kid. JR,
only if it makes him money. He doesn't like those kids. He doesn't like any of them unless he can either sleep with them or make money off them.
Barron's the clean slate.
I'm not kidding. The guy is a perverted, racist, psychopath. There's nothing cool about him at all.
How dare you insinuate he wants to fuck Eric Trump? That is the grossest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's not like I pulled it out of thin air.
But
so they go.
I thought it was Ivanka.
So they go with Vance, and then
how long have you been here?
Or is it is it RFK Jr.? Who now?
No.
Do they do Tulsi because it's like they got a girl, we need a girl?
RFK is going to take too much of Trump's airspace, face space, if they let him. Trump can't do that.
Well, in this scenario,
if Trump is dead.
This is if he's dead.
Yeah.
He's rotting in hell already. So
yeah.
That's good. I'm going to stop being so casual.
Maybe the Republicans all go, okay, look, let's just go back to like regular conservative racism without all the Twitter and shit.
I have an actual prediction. I think they would get an unknown Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think, you know what? No, they would get an unknown Mike Johnson. They would have somebody who is full on board with the worst stuff, but talks polite. And that's and it would have to be somebody unknown. Basically, evil Tim Walz.
That's a good one. That's a good call.
You know, it's funny. They got nothing on Tim Walz. Not even the fucking Onion got anything on Tim Walz.
Making a big thing out of him going to a dog park and not petting another dog, and they're saying he's trying to say it's his dog because it was a different color dog.
Yeah, they're lost on him. They really have nothing.
They got nothing.
There's this one from the Onion Panicked Tim Waltz trapped in football metaphor for third consecutive day. Like the Onion doesn't even have any like vicious attacks. No one's got anything on this guy. Like he's pretty much
Well, the only
bulletproof, I
attacks you
think.
can give
America's
against him would have to
dad.
be from a leftist perspective. You know, like for example, how we handled 2020 was pretty horrible from a leftist perspective.
There you
The
go.
right wingers can't say that. So
That's good. That's so good though that it's like always progressives are like, no, we got something.
Well,
You know
yeah.
what's funny?
No, he's
I
not
think
good
Tim
enough.
Walz,
Let's eat our
he's
own.
genuine centrist. Like if you take like if you take the people who are serious about politics, which is basically on the right you have centrist Dems and on the left you've got progressives. When you go farther than centrist Dems, you have people who just are fundamentally unserious and you can't have conversations with them. So when you look at actual groups who are pitching, real grown-up policy, Tim Walz is like, he's that candidate that you used to constantly hope was at the top of the ticket because it was an easy win. He's like, if somebody's like, hey, we should stop killing babies in this place or that, he's like, yeah. Hey, we should give food to poor kids. Sure. Like he's not a diehard lefty. He's gonna kvetch about things that we'll disagree with, but he really is milk toast in a way that is great right now. I don't even normally like milk toast, but for Timmy,
it's just generic ballot. He's the voting poll that we've been hoping for the whole time. He's generic ballot.
Football coach, unambitious policy, but kind, great. There's nothing they can
Don't
attack.
you
He's a
think though?
defenseman.
If we're always looking out for someone, in lieu of an actual progressive, if we're always looking out for someone that we can pull left and persuade them to do more progressive policy making, then I like him for that. Am I wrong?
No,
I
not at
really
all.
like-
What
yeah.
do you think, Ben?
No, I really liked him. I think he is as progressive as we can get in right now, right in this Overton window. He's the closest thing that we've gotten especially out of the picks that she had. And I like that she picked him against the Democratic institutions.
We
Like
all do.
they wanted anyone else but him. And while I don't think he's really going to be able to push her any further to the left, I think her willingness to jab the establishment in the eye, even just that little bit, is far different than what we've had in decades. So I mean, it's like a snowball's chance in hell, but we'll take it.
And it's
he
better
is
than
this
no
way
chance.
because he lives morally.
Yeah.
Like just fundamentally. Like he doesn't have a stock portfolio.
I have
where
more
a
money
bunch
in
of-
stocks than the vice presidential candidate. So
Wow.
Yeah.
Really,
he's not-
Andrea?
Bitcoin
Oh.
doesn't count.
He's not
Now I
making
know who to
decisions
help
based on
Get to help
what's
me
going
with
to
my
enrich him.
daughters.
Which means it's very easy to pitch something like feed kids, and he's just sure.
feed kids? Well, what's the catch?
Huh.
Get it?
They get
Football
to live.
Throw the ball?
Yeah.
I love that they call him a communist. It's like
Yeah, Tim.
and on the other hand, it's hilarious because communism, it always fails. It's as if it's always doomed from the beginning because these so-called communists always miss all of the red flags.
He's doing more. When are you going to get that sound effect thing? Dun, dun, boom, boom.
I was processing. I was like, let me put that together.
Matt, I think, learned from James about the dad joke.
I did.
He definitely is.
I've had him on the show where we
Bubba.
just zinger
Went back
after
and forth.
zinger.
Oh my goodness, I
Yeah.
love it. I love it.
Yeah.
He
I'm gonna
was
go get another beer. I'll be right back.
he was literally the last time I had him on the show, we were doing dad jokes, and he was saying that I think he was on his way to Vegas or something, and I was like, you know what? I love in the hotels, they're so tall there. You can do a lot of elevator jokes, and those are always great because they work on so many levels. And it was right over his head. He didn't get it.
Oh,
It
he
was
missed
so
it.
funny.
Okay.
No, yeah.
And
Well, then
that's
he did.
For him not to get it right. He's the father of the.
We were just
the
doing
dad
so
joke.
many, it was too easy.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so this is the other thing I want to know about. Okay, so it does seem like, I don't know how big of a shift it is, but they moved away from the donors in that moment, and that is positive. And I I'm very weary that progressives are going to be like, that's it, they're progressive and to fill in the blanks, but they aren't, right? They're
Right.
just
I actually
was
have a
one
pitch
move.
for this.
But
go ahead.
they are I mean, that convention was seemingly very labor friendly. The crowd, more than anybody else, I like the reactions coming out of the crowd seemed enthusiastic.
Yeah.
And if they're labor friendly, in my mind, I go, that's not good enough. They need to be pro labor, right? Not labor friendly. Like, what
Right.
is that, right? That's like kind of, I don't know, like they're curious about labor. No, you should be all in on labor, right? So are we filling in the blanks there, or
Can I
are
just
they
real quick do an impression of Kamala Harris? Hey, how do these things get made?
Yeah,
How does
exactly.
this stuff get all
Yeah.
put together?
Is that
We
a
should
Just for
pilot?
the
support those
first time
people.
wondering,
Yeah,
where
we
do
should
things come from?
make sure those people have living wages. I don't. But like
There's a
labor friendly
guy-
is not pro labor,
Don't
right?
be labor curious. Be all out labor. I love it. No, you know what got me the most, and because I know the threat that MAGA is and that Donald Trump is, I've committed to I've committed to Kamala. I'm cool with supporting Kamala, and I haven't said much negative about her. But when she brought that sheriff on stage, and
Yeah,
he was
dude.
like, yeah, and you know, we hugged everyone in the crowd, and he said crime is down and police funding is up. I was like, oh.
Are we talking about the DNC?
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yep.
I
you
think
know,
they're
the
trying to
biggest
be.
COVID super spreader on
oh
planet
my
Earth.
goodness.
But
Hillary
it-
Clinton, she's
Did they
stuck
all
in
get
bed.
COVID?
That
They all
rotting
got-
little fucking whore.
Wait,
Yeah, when I was watching that crowd shot of Hillary
Did
Clinton
they get
in
COVID?
the fucking
Did-
crowd,
Yeah.
I was like,
I
COVID,
haven't-
let's go.
I
Yeah,
was
they're-
watching and I was thinking that, but you
They're
know,
calling it the Beyonce variant.
Well, it's also funny because like these dumb fucking little stupid Democrats, these dumpster fire.
Hey, we're
MAGA
trying to
brain
unite
dummies,
here.
They were on
yes, we are
and they were
uniting.
screaming, this would have felt like a super spreader event 4 years ago, but Joe Biden cured COVID, even though he did
That's
fucking
so
nothing.
dumb.
We know
They're
that
all
it's not
dumb. They're
gone.
dumb. Democrats
it's
are
not
fucking
gone.
stupid. Like they're so dumb. I hate how dumb they are. It triggers
And
me.
you know, it probably happened at the Republican convention too, but
Right.
they're more likely to have herd immunity because they've been denying it for a lot longer. But I mean, their claim to fame is crashing Tinder or Grinder or whatever
Grindr,
it was.
yes,
Like,
yes.
Yeah, well, that's so they say. Yeah,
But you know, but the other thing is
yes,
like,
Trev.
I mean, you really have man, this is such a horrible timeline. I have to give the Democrats credit for this. At least they tested. At least they
at
got
least they know
sick,
it's COVID.
and
yeah.
and at least they know it's COVID. At least I hope that
That's a
those
good
that
point.
know it's COVID aren't intentionally like sending their kids to school to spread it.
Well,
to
they
everybody
are
else.
because Democrats are COVID denying numbskulls. Like anyone who has
I
kids
mean-
in
I
public
don't-
schools, like they're getting COVID.
Yeah,
The kids
but-
are getting COVID over and over again. They're bringing
Yeah,
it back
but at
over
the
and over again.
convention they tested. There's something at least.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's-
This is how
it's-
bad the timeline is. This
In
is-
my
yeah.
opinion, that's worse than the MAGA because they're pretending like they care, but they don't. They're like, oh, look, we're testing, but we're giving COVID everyone.
At
Everyone's
this point-
flying to fucking
As Ben
Chicago, getting
sneezes.
COVID, and then flying back to their home counties. All the
you're onto
delegates are
something there.
flying home and bringing COVID back from the super spreader, bringing it all across the country.
Pause if you please, because you're on to something there.
All right,
That's
I'm
the
paused.
fundamental way that Bernie was successful and centrist Dems are not. Because if you don't choose to participate in reality, then you get to go be MAGA or whatever, and you can be like, yeah, please take away my rights. I'll pretend like it's a good thing. But the issue is, if you're dealing with the facts, the neoliberal plan for what to do about them makes very little sense when you get down into the nitty gritty. These people are behaving in a way that is contrary to what they're saying reality is. Case in point, if Republicans thought that Joe Biden had done the, what do they call it, San Francisco sweep or whatever, the things that Trump did, the things that Democrats say Trump did, their reaction, like Biden would be in prison on a planet, on an asteroid orbiting the Earth right now. He would be so in prison. So what you're touching on actually is, in my opinion, good politics. If you're saying there's serious things happening, treat them seriously. I don't think it's all. I mean, I know you're being light about it, but you also mean it, and I just think you're correct.
Well,
yeah. Well, it upsets me that like everyone pretends the pandemic is long ago when like 1 in 30 Americans currently have COVID.
Yes.
The vaccines, like 20% of people get booster shots. Like our country's going down the tubes. But Democrats want to pretend we solved the problem. We solved the problem. Give us credit. Give us credit. Give us credit. Republicans are like, there was never even a problem to begin with. We're just like, this is insane, that they're just going on TV and then doing all this. And then Hillary Clinton's like, whoa, guys, I got COVID. It's like
Long Island's Nassau County banned face masks because of backlash to anti-genocide protests and general reactionary COVID garbage, and they just made their first arrest. An 18-year-old Latino kid. Go figure. New ways to empower cops to harass people of color.
And this is the other thing, is that the DNC
really
had
bad.
a Nassau County like mask policy, which was the only way you're allowed to wear a mask at the DNC is if you got I don't know, I don't give a shit how it's pronounced. Nassau, whatever the fuck. I don't live in New York. Anyway, where you're only allowed to wear a mask at the DNC if you have medical permission. That was on the masking guidelines, like on the DNC COVID policy, which is exactly how the Nassau County. I know I shouldn't be making fun of it because a lot of the county names are ripped out of indigenous populations. But anyway, like it's just like that's what they want. They want this future where you're not allowed to protect yourself against the virus they claim no longer exists, even though we have 1 million daily infections, right? All the while they get the credit of solving the problem. Meanwhile, kids are getting long COVID. 6 million US kids have long COVID estimated. No one gives a fuck about these kids. These kids are being thrown in the fucking meat grinder like goddamn Michael Myers in Halloween 2018,
But
bird flu.
The virologists are talking. They say it's endemic. It's going to be with us.
That's not true. That's fake news.
So what is? Well, I listened to these people that are from Colombia and from.
Well, it's not endemic. Endemic means regional. Endless amount. It's not regional. It's global. Global means pandemic. Endemic would be like malaria in Africa. That's endemic.
Okay.
It would be a pandemic if malaria was everywhere all the time. That's
the point being, though, it's not going away.
Andrea, I listen. I love you, but I don't like you right now.
Okay, hit me.
You're triggering the most visceral part of my life, man. But my friend, how this planet is behaving as it pertains to COVID is something that I want to.
Oh, it drives me insane.
Oh my.
I haven't left the house in years. Motherfuckers complaining, oh, we had lockdown. It was 2 weeks optional quarantine.
I'm still in lockdown too.
Can anyone point me to a fucking prison where lockdown was you can go outside and get a fucking hoagie and walk your dog in the park? I would love to go to that prison.
Nobody locked down.
Actually, I think Italy did have a 2 or 3 week. There were other countries that
their mayors were going door to door in Italy. Remember, the mayors were going door to door saying, "Stay the fuck in your house." Remember that? It was crazy.
And then, but then we allowed this, and this is where the neoliberalism. Y'all gonna trigger me right back into my pure leftism here. Oh my goodness,
let's do it.
This is where neoliberalism
resurgence.
No, it's a rage. I'm telling you, it's
the red shirt.
There's a reason I'm pastoring right now, and I meditate every day for as many hours as I can because I have to keep my peace. Yes. But it is the neoliberalism economic policies of the United States of America that demanded that we could not lock down. There's too many restaurant lobbyists who did not want their restaurants to even get, they wouldn't even accept money from the government. No, they had to make their profits.
Disney World, that kind of shit.
There was too many. Delta Airlines is one of the reasons we went from
Delta Airlines had the CEO met with the CDC director, and then a week later they changed the quarantine from 10-day to 5 day
to 5 days. Right.
Yep.
Then but here's the most dark side of it, right? So you have the neoliberal economic policies, but then MAGA got on top of that and said, oh, we could use this as a way to destroy the public school system. So let's ban masks. There's no mask mandates in schools. And so now when they saw that neoliberalism, and I don't care if it's both forms, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party said, okay, we're going to play around with this thing so that we can keep making the profits. Oh, and we all know the reason we can't work from home is because they need all these buildings that have corporate leases.
Real estate.
build, right, real estate, and they need to make sure that they can keep all of the day-to-day grind of spending your money outside of your house. There's just too much money
The gas
involved.
industry
Exactly.
also wants you to drive back and forth. Fast food industry wants you to pick up McDonald's on the way home.
Ooh.
And
Well, it's also another
during-
thing is they're making people dumber because COVID has been shown to reduce your IQ, and I don't like IQ, but that's what the studies show. Getting a COVID infection can reduce your IQ by 10 points. It can give you early onset dementia. There's a 17-year-old in Texas who got early onset dementia from 2 COVID infections. That's a kid. She went to school, got COVID at school because her parents didn't give a fuck, her country didn't give a fuck.
Oh my God.
And then she has dementia as a teenager. Like that's shit's fucked up. And it's also going to make people dumber and sicker so they can't revolt. Imagine going to a protest, getting COVID, and then you can't say from the river to the sea anymore because you wanted to take a selfie for Instagram at your Palestine protest.
Does Trump have long COVID?
Oh, I guarantee you Joe Biden dropped out because of COVID. But yeah,
Yes.
all these guys have it. I guarantee you. The
Yes. You
dementia.
think
I mean, look
Biden
at Joe
dropped out
Biden
for
4
COVID?
years ago versus now. He's got dementia brain real bad. Same thing
I
with
think-
Donald Trump.
All right. So
I think the main thing we can take away from all of this is that Andrea doesn't like indigenous people.
Wait a minute.
That's exactly right. I don't know where they got these names from for their
There's an
goddamn counties. Like,
We
give me
just-
a break.
We
How
just
about you
cov-
speak English?
we just covered this on my show. There's a new app,
Yeah.
a virtual app where you can look at a map of the world
Mhm.
and plug in any. We on the show we just typed in Confederate and it showed all the streets named Confederate.
Yeah, I saw that show. Yep, I saw that.
Oh wow.
So it's
Very
ST Names Lab is the app. So if you want to do that, because then when you find them, you can start petitioning to have them
Whew.
changed.
yeah. If it's
My
where you
mind.
live, right?
So
That's-
if
that's
Nassau
cool.
County is named after indigenous people, I don't know. Maybe
Nassau?
it
I think
shouldn't be.
most
I don't really
county
know
names
what
I
that
think
are.
word
that's a
means.
good thing.
Well, New
I'm the
York,
least we
like
could do.
90%
New
of
York
county
book
was
it.
Dutch, and it has Dutch, and we share Dutch and indigenous. And I live in Allegheny
Dutch.
County, and I'm in the southern tier of Western New York. We're by the Seneca Nation, so I mean, there's Seneca Falls. There's all the name, but a lot
Why
of
are they
them
falling?
a lot of it is honoring,
Long COVID.
Yeah, that's how we
the
honor them. We kill them
indigenous-
all and then just name our
Yeah,
county
well, we did
paperwork
that
after
with
them.
smallpox blankets. Mm, mm-mm.
This
But I don't know what the answer is, to this. This is a dilemma, but
Oh.
I see it
What,
as
the naming counties after
no,
indigenous
Andrea.
population?
I
It is a
see
dilemma.
it
I agree.
as it goes with the rest. It goes with the climate crisis,
Yes.
and it goes with all
Oh.
of the. We are in.
Well, that's the
a
thing. Yeah, the
poly-
American toddlers
Andrea.
couldn't handle an easy pandemic. When
We're in
bird
a-
flu or
Yeah.
mpox goes in, like these fuckers are cooked,
Ooh.
man. We got a
Andrea.
pandemic on easy mode, and climate change is going to give
But
us like
yet-
some crazy ass shit.
We
from the
had
glacier water?
HIV. We had HIV, and we have been successful. But the problem is, it's become political to the point where the powers that be will not let this go away. They will not let these things happen because now big pharma, this and that. It's just there's too
Whoa.
much conspiracy and too much suspicion.
Speaking of HIV, the first
What were you gonna
documented
say?
case of COVID leading to AIDS happened a couple months ago. The first
What?
case of
How?
AIDS as a result
I don't
of COVID.
see how that happens.
It destroys the immune
Connect
system.
those-
Immune
Oh,
auto,
okay,
immune.
that's that's COVID, but that's not COVID giving you AIDS.
No,
That's
COVID gave someone AIDS. Someone with no history of HIV got AIDS via
There's
COVID.
Oh, I see. So they had HIV, got COVID.
No, they had
and
no
it-
No.
history of HIV.
It led to an
Andrea, it's-
acquired immune deficiency.
Right, right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Within 4 years,
But they're two
COVID can give you
different
AIDS.
viruses. So
Holy shit.
they're two
That's what I'm
different.
saying, man.
I
big
saw-
That's what I'm
it's-
saying. Let the
question.
planet
Why are-
win, dude. Let the planet win. Humans are
You
not
guys
as
can
cool
say
as
that.
they
I'm
think they
staying in my
are.
bunker.
This is
I'm in
ridiculous.
my
Now-
bunker. I'm 38,000
now
miles underground. Y'all
joining-
can have fun with the planet.
Wow,
Just let the
Matt
planet
just
win.
joined the
Fuck this.
Doomosphere. Holy
Gosh.
shit!
I'm
I
playing
gotta
You
get
know-
Doom
you
in my
your own
bunker.
WASF hat.
It's the thing. They always say chicken soup is good for the flu, even the bird flu. I'm curious because that would be weird, right? It'd be a little too.
All right.
Is that an oxymoron?
It's a hat on a hat. Well, hair of the dog that
It's a
bit
hat
you.
on a hat.
Hair of the
Okay.
bird that
All
coughed
right.
in your mouth. I don't know where I'm going.
Oh
with that.
man.
All right. So
Hey, there's a comment that I like that the
Oh.
only pandemic going on is fascism. Now that's
COVID.
that's controversial. That's
That sounds like a blue MAGA
that's a-
dumbass in the
that-
chat if I were to
well-
speak my truth.
Okay, Andrea, I'm just
Well, yeah,
saying
you know,
that
because the
is, you know,
Democrats are great. They cured cancer and COVID. The only problem is democracy's under assault.
I mean, that is
it's a
true.
big problem.
There was I guess I was watching Jake's
It's
stream recently, and I was
yeah.
like, God, I can't believe like
I'm
I keep
allowed
going back
on the internet.
to not that long ago. It was like 2018 when people were like, please stop saying fascism. Please stop
Yes.
calling Republicans
Everyone you
Nazis
don't
and
like is a
racist.
Nazi, man.
Yes.
MSNBC was like, don't use the R
Yeah.
word. And I was like, what's the R word? And they were like, racist. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? They already
Just
are
because
though.
they think black people are dumb doesn't mean I'm
now-
racist, man.
But now it's like, this really
Everybody
is
hates
fascism. Like, this really is authoritarianism. We are fighting for democracy. And I think it's important that people realize that, particularly the people who aren't registered to vote.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you
There's
think
too
you're
many people who don't
sidestepping it, but
understand.
they're pulling it out from under
See, what you don't
man.
understand is when you don't vote, that actually makes you morally superior because you realize both parties are bad, and then you don't even participate in the system, and
Yeah,
then
but
you go home
morals
and you're smart.
What's morals gonna do for you? I mean, what is it? It's never done anything for Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, when you don't vote, you know,
He
you're not
doesn't have any.
participating.
I know you're
Oh.
joking, but I feel myself withering. My soul's
No.
dying here.
They are triggering every trigger point in me. That's
Oh,
what I'm
no.
saying. Like it's
Do you
maybe
wish
I
you didn't
needed it.
come on?
No, I
Debbie
guess I
Dowling in
needed
the chat.
So
Andrea
tell-
just laid some strange stuff on them, and they went along with it. What's the strange stuff? I'm curious.
No, they're talking about the AIDS coming, but
HIV.
I saw the same report, and I'm trying to find it now, and I honestly can't find it via Google, but I heard the same exact report that you heard.
I wouldn't say we went along with it. I would say, wow, that's interesting. I'll look it up. But like,
Yeah.
believe me, I'm not just letting Andrew
Well,
say
HIV
anything and
AIDS
going
is
along
a
with
specific
it.
disease. HIV can cause AIDS. HIV
Right.
and AIDS have no relation other than the fact that HIV targets the immune system,
Right.
and AIDS stands for acquired something
Immunodeficiency.
disease syndrome.
Yes,
Yeah,
Right.
acquired
deficiency.
immunodeficiency.
And you can acquire it from anything. You know, you can
Bird
acquire it from
flu
like
is
radiation or something.
I wasn't kidding.
I
It is
did not
bad.
know that part.
Yep.
Can we do we
and
have some
there's
yuck
also
for Ben?
wasting disease.
Yeah.
Deer.
Yeah.
Let's
Somebody
make
throw a
I-
pie or something. I feel like we hit
have-
him with our most
or how
dire news.
Ben picks
No,
something
no,
that he
it's-
wants to
listen.
talk about. He's
No,
our
no,
guest.
I need to hear these things because I have been on a many-year hiatus, and I've been like, as much as a person can go and meditate and just kind of, I had to zen out because all the stuff that people
fair.
are just now seeing, I was seeing this 4 years ago. Like, and I remember Matt, you were saying, when we couldn't even say fascist. I remember we couldn't even say white supremacy. Like I would say white supremacy on a network, and they'd be like, you can't say that.
Or
Despite the
Sharia
FBI
law,
saying
Christian
it's the-
Sharia law.
Despite the FBI saying it's the #1 threat to national security at one
Right,
point.
right.
Couldn't say
And
it
so,
still. Yeah.
so like seeing these things for so many years, and a lot of people were not clueless to it, but just weren't taking it serious. I mean, it's refreshing now to see the mainstream like, oh, this is fascism. But like, yeah, but you're like 3 years late calling it
Right.
out. You know?
Yeah, it's already too late to like, you know, we were calling it fascism because we wanted to stop this from happening. You know, like
Right.
abortion's
Mhm.
already gone in half the country. Like it's already a little bit. Well, and thank you
Yeah.
for hopping on board the train, but the train's
what's
already
that-
going off the cliff, brother.
What's that
Exactly.
show where you guess
Okay.
letters? You're like, can I buy a vowel? And
It's
you
called
try
Wheel
to
of
fill in a
Fortune.
sentence. Okay.
Wheel-
All right.
yeah.
All right. Hold up. Imagine I had this ready to go.
I met
Four-
Pat
I'm
Sajak
imagining that
several
Jake is
times.
currently giving us a presentation that was really well thought out.
No, there
And I
was
wish I
even
lived in that universe.
there was even a response that was like a famous old
Mhm.
quote that was like, fascism happens while you're telling people not to call something fascism. You know what I
Yes.
mean? There was something
Yes.
like that people were using in reply, like, no, dumbasses, this is when you worry about it.
Yeah.
It-
Yeah.
See, this is why on my channel we do not cover COVID. It's so Andrea does a good job. Jessica
This
Wildfire
Debbie
does a
Dowling
good
dumb
job.
fuck in the chat. I'm sorry,
Oh,
but
boy.
for
Watch
I
out,
insulting
don't
Debbie
know
her.
who
Dowling.
that is.
Spreading misinformation is not good. First of all, what's your argument, you stupid fucking whore? You didn't
And-
provide
Whoa.
a counter argument.
Calm
There's no
down,
counter argument. You can't
Andrea.
just say I'm spreading misinformation without just suggesting
But
an
how do you-
actual counter
whose
argument.
How do you
channel
know
is
What's
someone
your
is a
argument?
whore? That could be
on?
misinformation. And
That's not nice.
so.
I
let's-
say whore as a
in
positive thing.
real quick.
what do you
in-
got, Jake?
with the fascism thing? Imagine, if you will, that it's like Wheel of Fortune and all the letters but one is filled in. That's the issue
Yeah.
we're having. Is it needs
hate
to
when
get
that
way
happens.
too close to coming to pass
Yeah.
before our
Yeah.
modern media
And
was
then a
comfortable to be
motherfucker
like,
guesses you. Where'd you get you from?
That would be a CNN host.
Even
But-
Judge Janine got very angry at Jesse Waters for denigrating Kamala.
Yeah.
with the. I know you're emotional, but Debbie,
Yeah.
we don't know Debbie.
That's true. I apologize for calling you a whore.
Thank you. We don't want.
But
I'll
also,
bring
what
it
the
back.
fuck, man? You're going out here saying I'm misinforming the audience. Motherfucker, most of these news shows do not even, they pretend COVID disappeared multiple
News.
years ago, and
News
you're
show.
accusing me of
News.
misinforming the audience.
News.
Well, how
show.
about this,
You have to do the air
motherfucker?
quotes.
Right.
Is this better for
Yep.
you? If I put this on, is this a better situation for
That's
you?
the context we were missing, to be honest.
I'm spreading
Um,
misinformation because Debbie Dumbfuck Daily in the chat doesn't like what I have to say. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Let's
Just
throw
quick
to
recap
a
of the
TikTok.
costumes on screen. I'm sorry. No, you're desperately trying to bring us back into sanity, Matt. I'll not distract from that. Go ahead.
Here, look, I watch TikTok videos and cringe all day. And I sort of watch them to see because I work with kids and I'm like, what are these kids watching? And I'm like, oh my God, why are they watching this? And then I'll randomly come across something and share it with the Letterhack's brother. And my little brother said, oh yeah, that's this Norwegian singer. I'm going to go check him out this fall. And I was like, you are? What?
Did
This
you just
doesn't seem
refer
like
to yourself in the third person, by the way?
the Letterhack's brother? Yeah. What?
No,
I
it
Is
worked.
that their username? The Letterhacks Brothers, their username?
Yeah, we reviewed an
Okay.
article the other night that the
Okay.
Letterhack's wife shared with me. And what?
God damn.
You're the one wearing a foil hat, okay?
Well,
Keep it in check. But here, let me show this TikTok. I am calling this the smartest girl in the world. Everything she says is very, very right on. Check this out.
But what if all the ancient Greek sculptures are actually all victims of Medusa?
I never thought of it that way.
Lazy, they're going to bed early as not. So strange. The
It's
art
true.
of golf is to play the least amount of golf.
It's a really good point.
It's the only time you clean your skeleton. If
Wait, what?
people don't recognize Clark Kent as Superman with his glasses, does his eye doctor know who identity?
That's a good question.
Have you ever noticed how supervillains always try to change things, and superheroes are the ones trying to prevent change?
Yes.
Every
I was
time.
watching the X-Men movies, and I'm on Magneto's side, man. That guy's
Right, I know. But the thing is, Superman doesn't need an eye doctor. So there's a little flaw there. I mean,
Why not? Where does he get his glasses from?
that
There's fake.
Same place I get
you
mine.
wouldn't call a guy Superman who needed an eye
We all
doctor.
have props here.
That would
Ben
be,
Dixon, do you have fake eye
that would
problems?
be like sort of Superman. That would be almost Superman.
We have.
This
props.
is cultural appropriation. It's
It
ableism,
is.
honestly. This is
There's-
absurd.
But no, I have so many other things that are truly disabled about me, so I can blend in. We're fine. So,
I do I do love that though. The what if all the ancient Greek sculptures and statues
victims of
are
Medusa.
that's brilliant.
That was good. That was good.
and
That
like
one got
brushing
me,
your
man.
teeth is the only time we clean our skeletons. What the fuck?
Well, that's not true because
That's
teeth
so
are
wild.
technically not part of the skeleton.
What nonsense?
They're
Of
on
course they
every they're on every Halloween decoration. What are you talking about?
I love
It's
Matt.
not
I love
technically
you,
part
Matt.
of the skeleton.
Who drew when's the last time you saw a toothless skull depicted?
You don't need to see a
toothless
toothless skull. What, have you ever seen a skull of a fucking geriatric? They don't have teeth.
skull? Oh my gosh.
What is
I
this
Some of them
ageism?
do.
I want to tell
This
you.
is ageism against your
Okay.
fellow AARP
I'm
Americans.
not necessarily, I'm
you're
not
dodging
necessarily
the-
talking about humans. So
I'm
I
typing
wanna
this in. I'm
say
using
something
Google.
about
right.
today. All right. I had to go into Home Depot. I needed a long set of needle nose pliers because all the mice crap is still coming out of my vents, and I had to get it right. So I go in there. I have never seen anything like it. The Halloween holiday consumerism crap is becoming unbelievable.
They're trying to make our fucking special day into Christmas, and I disagree.
It's insane. It is so. To me, it's like consumerism on steroids. It's crazy. I was shocked. I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Wow.
The stuff is just big, big, and bigger. Well, there was a Raven I liked, but the thing is, though, it's so we are over commercialized to where we're just. It's so much
there's
junk.
something to that. My neighborhood down here, my neighborhood will go crazy over Halloween decorations starting like next week. I'm not kidding. There will be there's this one skeleton like is triggered by movement, and of course it's windy, and so every time it winds you hear it go
I hate
down the street. It's insane.
Amazing.
Hey,
and they'll keep that shit up until Christmas. Then they'll do Christmas for like a week over that time off, and then the day after Christmas, it's
Halloween decorations.
I keep telling my wife we got to go out in the middle of the night on December 25th at like dark, and just I bet everyone's out there taking their decorations down.
That's part of the
next
Christmas
morning,
tradition.
Gone.
You open your presents and then you take down all the decorations.
But like I didn't actually see it happen. I don't know. It's weird.
I want to know, Ben, do your kids go trick or treating?
Yeah. Yes, they do. Yeah.
So the neighborhood's cool because a lot of now it's like, oh my gosh, kids can't go to they can't.
No,
I thought I wondered if that was part of this is for the parents. This stuff is so over the top. It's
how like parents are afraid that kids are going to have weed gummies on trick or treating.
Yeah.
Well, they're afraid because I'm that house. I give out weed gummies. No, just kidding.
I drug children,
and I'm proud of it.
Oh,
did people so you guys have heard about satanic panic from the 80s. Like it was just bullshit. They got kids to say things were happening that didn't really happen.
That sounds a lot. Never no.
Well, so when I was a kid trick-or-treating, it was always like there's razor blades in the apples, and I'm like, the fuck? Who is
that all the time?
Did that ever happen? Does anyone know if that ever? I want to look into that now. I'm starting to wonder. Like,
how would they get the razor blade in the apple without someone noticing?
Well, you see, they put the razor blades on the apple tree, and then the apple grows around the razor blade.
That's brilliant.
Yep.
razor trees.
That's wild.
We go through the craziest thing.
There were so many things that you were supposed to look out for, but all I really remember about trick-or-treating is like that one house we all skipped past because they would give you number 2 pencils and like raisins.
And
like those fuckers.
In my day, it was UNICEF pennies, and you also had your UNICEF box, and people would donate for that.
Is it almost Halloween?
Full-size candy bar.
October 20th.
It's like 2 months off.
It's not. I was so shocked today. I was standing there going, "Oh my god!" Although I am terrible, and there was this big black raven on a pedestal. Of course, it's cheap. It's plastic, but I thought that really fit my place.
That's just because you're a pagan.
That's me. Yeah. Well, I'm not.
Dude, the day after Halloween.
I like dark. Doomy.
That's like the number 1 shopping day of the year for me. I have so much nonsense that I don't need, but it was on discount after Halloween. And I'm like,
that's where you got all your decorations.
The hand in the bowl.
Like the eye patch. Are we going to hear about the eye patch?
Yeah, Jake.
Is it time? Is it finally time? 58 minutes into the movie, we finally get to hear the backstory.
One time, I've told this story a million times. I had a branch fall on my head, knocked me out. They said I came very close.
You did this to me.
I scratched my eye, came very close to losing sight in that eye. And they did this thing where they would numb it with these drops, and then they put like a dye, like a neon dye on it, and you could go into a dark room and look in the mirror and see the scratch on your eye. Like, it was wild, right? It was wild. But then they said you're gonna have to wear a patch. I put the patch on, and I instantly look like an insane person, and I'm not. It was really bad. Like,
it's ableist
to say,
but I'm laughing. So
it made me look scary in a disturbing way, not like a horror movie way.
That's like saying, like I got into a wheelchair, and then all of a sudden I felt like I wanted to murder people.
I did not look. I would cross the street if I saw me coming. I'll just put it that way. Like I thought it was like, and it was just an eye patch. It's not that big of a deal.
Oh,
So
man.
I opted for sunglasses because I was like, okay, at least now I look like I'm just hungover
yeah.
or something, right?
That's the only other acceptable alternative.
But Jake, you pull it off, man.
Oh,
It
I look
looks
great.
Yeah,
It
it
goes
looks.
with
I
your-
agree. I love this. I hope this is normal.
When the eye's better, keep the patch.
I agree.
Because your actual eye, little piggy.
You okay there, Ben?
Yeah, no, I'm just.
Are
I'm
you
waiting,
wishing you weren't here?
No,
we're 1
Ben's
hour
like,
in.
all right, how do
I was
leave?
gonna
do
say
I
just,
say?
this is my first time meeting Jake on camera. I felt this, it was his vibe. I thought this was just normal for you, and I didn't want to
Sometimes
ask
he
you
wears
a
a
question because
No, he injured himself and did not stop bothering it, and it got infected and did not go to the doctor, I don't think.
Yeah.
And did you
Like
get
Ben
some
Dixon
kind of-
doesn't want to be ableist, and we're sitting here making fun of this eye
Right.
patch freak.
So if I had known this is where we were going, I would have
I love
asked you when
Jake,
as soon as I logged on, like, what the hell's up with it now?
Yeah, so
No,
I
he's
was
fine.
able. I'm super impressed by the fact that no questions made. It wasn't pointed out. Sitting right there, I'm just like, Ben
I
Dixon.
just,
you're
Hey,
a
man, it's
real-
great to meet you.
I'm
Yeah,
more
no, no.
worried
Real
about
cool
his
guy.
actual
He's wearing a
eye.
suit and he's got an eye patch on. This is one of the characters.
Is it
Hey,
still
it's a
really
good style.
infected?
It's a good look.
But is it
It
still
is.
really Jake, you have to
We
be
can be
seen.
honest about this. And
I'm-
kudos to the
I'm
member
the
of the
elder
audience. who
here. I'm
suggested
the
it.
mother elder here. You have to be seen. That infection could literally take your eyesight.
Can we
if
get
you
an
don't-
unpatching? Can we see?
No, because I am gonna. I need this in the same way a dog needs one of those funnels around their neck.
We're
You
just
can
like
watch
I
the
talked to-
evolution.
a 5-second
me
unpatching
re-injuring it
if
on camera.
possible.
I
So
talked
he-
to him for 5 minutes the other night without the patch, and I kept saying, "Stop doing that. Stop
Yes.
doing that." He goes right for it. But look,
And then Jake pulls
I do
out
have
the
to
eye
say-
patch,
Not unlike a
of
dog.
course, that he
Yeah.
has always in his drawer. You never know when you need an eye patch. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
right, you're right. I keep damaging my eye. Let's just
whoopee
get my eye
cushion,
patch out.
chattering teeth,
Old-timey
eye
Judge
patch,
Mark,
Dagger,
yeah, Hustler magazine.
old timey judge wig.
It's the drawer. It's the teacher's confiscated material drawer, basically.
Yeah.
That's
No.
Jake's whole desk. But like, check it out. We have been going for a little bit over an hour. It is 11:03 p.m. on the East Coast. If anybody wants to bail, feel free. I always say this. It's not just because we have a guest. If anybody wants to exit or jixit, whatever you want.
Matt never says this when we don't have a guest, by the way.
I'm
This is
having
only-
a good time. I'm gonna stay as long as I can. I'll stay
really?
for a bit longer.
Okay.
Good.
Let's talk
Okay,
about this.
What's so good
Ben
about
Dixon's rocking the pen in hand. That
He's
way
taking
you look
notes.
more intelligent during the stream.
I can't wait to
Gotta
see
have
his
the pen in
list of
hand.
notes afterwards.
But it's
gonna be
also
great.
in writing form.
I'm
Like
never
you
coming
were
back.
just writing down a banger, like you have it.
And I don't even have paper near me. Wait a minute. What am I doing?
It's gonna be like foil hat ? Eye patch ? Exclamation point.
We got to
so-
shout out Sandy's Harley thing.
I mean,
as
it's
well.
bitching.
You look
Yeah,
fantastic.
that's
Really
totally
good.
Your
badass.
whole outfit looks awesome, dude.
Well,
was
that's
really good.
because I didn't
Little bit
wash my
shoulder.
hair today, so I just had to put it on.
Yeah,
Jake,
well,
I'm worried about you.
continue
I have
not
to.
watching.
Jake, have you? And I don't know if this is the right question to ask on air. but
Antibiotics.
Have you? Are you on antibiotics or are you getting
Nope.
treated for this?
I'm on plenty of
No.
drugs.
No, you're not-
Alcohol
you're not.
only counts in the Old West, dude.
Jake, I'm serious.
Yeah, you got to get it looked at.
You
Go
have
to
to
the
go to
I
immediate
probably
care.
should.
You have
Look.
to. It's too late. It's gonna
urgent
be
care.
Too late, and you can pay it off. Don't
Yes.
worry about the fucking money. I don't want to
We
hear
will
that
get
you
super
lost your
chats to pay
eyesight
it
because
off.
of
Don't worry, dude.
neglect.
Dude, seriously.
Okay.
Go
Scary.
to the
Make
emergency
content
room.
out of it. Bring your phone. Do it now. Let's go.
Tonight.
Bring this show
Matter of
into
fact,
the
why
ER
are you still
right now.
here?
4 out of 5 adults.
We'll
are
watch
telling
you
you.
do it. It's content. This is going to be a great show. You're going to go into the back of the ambulance. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Do live
yeah.
interviews.
Dude, call them and live stream it.
Yes.
Come on, we need the clicks.
God, we
It's
don't
not.
need-
This is better.
We are
This is
very
better
happy.
than getting
I've
damn from
lived
the
with.
internet
I don't
to
know
go to
if
the
this is
grocery
the.
store.
I don't know the story, but I'll tell you mine. There's been big gaps in my life where I didn't have insurance because I'm an American. Okay, so
Yeah.
go to the emergency room. Let them send you the $10,000 bill and tell them to. Well, I can't say what
It
I
won't
what I
even
told
be
them.
that much.
Just go and get it. Man, go.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
work it out.
Look,
We'll work out the money.
we care about you.
in the history of my life, I have, and I acknowledge that this is not wise,
we go.
but I have solved most medical issues with a bottle of something strong and a can-do attitude. Now,
That is the
I'll
booze
point out that
talking.
it's never actually helped.
This is your vision, Jake.
But my failure to die so far has convinced
You're
me
resilient.
that it's a great plan. Yeah.
Jake is like, I've been freebasing masculinity and white privilege for years.
Yeah.
So far, it
I'm
hasn't failed
fine.
me.
It's gone great. Also, I've also convinced myself, I know it's not true, but I've convinced myself that I look like this. And I love it.
Close.
It's close enough to being true.
Very close.
All you have
not
to do
angry.
is slightly
Shave that
cut the
mustache.
patch into a heart, and you're good to go.
Okay, I got another question or just a topic that we could talk about.
Okay, let's go.
It's back to politics. Is that okay?
Ooh. Well,
can
okay.
Ben
can I
is a
just rip
political
into our
commentator, and
costumes real
he's
quick?
our guest, and
Feel
we want
free.
to hear from him first. So go
Yeah.
ahead, Matt.
Okay. Walsh and Harris are giving their first official interview to CNN's Dana Bash. Are we going to hear things like, how will you pay for it? And don't you think that's a little too left for voters? Or what do you think why Dana Bash, for God's sake? Are they going to let her get away with that? Is she going to do her typical Dana Bash CNN? They're the new Fox News, if you ask me.
Yeah, no, that would be my answer. They're the new Fox News. They're owned by a Republican donor, billionaire. They clearly set the stage for Republican talking points with every framing of every question that they give. So to answer your questions, yes, she's going to ask about how you're going to pay for it. Yes. Do you think that's a little too scary for the Americans, for the center of America? Yes, she's going to do all those things. And my question is, why CNN? And why? Well, to go to any other network, but still CNN has this this fake notoriety still as a reputable news source.
Answer.
Balanced, and it's not. So until the American populace really gets that, I guess you're still gonna have to show up and think that Jake Tapper is just an average typical centrist. No, he's not. He's parroting right-wing talking points at this point.
We've been trying desperately to kick him out of the Council of Jakes for like a year and a half. He's got tenure is the problem. We used to think he was cool. The answer I suspect is the same reason they were nervous to let a Palestinian even appear on stage.
Yeah.
The answer is they think they need to win over the center, which is deeply disturbing. The good news is they prioritized first and foremost. All right, I was going to say winning over the left, but that's not really it. They think in short, they think they need to win over the center. That's always what it is. It sucks that they're falling back on that. I wish they would understand that that's not even how you trying to win over the center isn't even how you win over the center.
Right.
It just never works.
Well, what do you
but that's
think
what
of
they're doing.
all of the videos that I'm seeing? And I'll put it to Ben first. I don't know if he's seen them, of all of these Republicans that are former Trump voters that are voting now for Harris, and they're commenting on how mortified they were about January 6th and how they really didn't realize about the lack of character and moral character in Donald Trump and the people around him. What do you think, Ben?
I think that one, capture that vote for sure. But that's a much more different pitch than trying to appeal to the center, right? That's just, hey, you are decent enough to not be a fascist. Okay, so sure, come over here, but there should be no concessions given for them, right? The concession is you don't want a fascist to win. That's period.
So don't make policy changes based on the Republican, the old guard.
No, because the old guard wants, like I think Andrea, you said it. The old guard wants what's in Project 2025 too. They just don't want it with Donald Trump at the helm.
Or they just don't care either way.
Whoa, that was okay.
I mean, is Harris just okay? I get that, especially like her acceptance speech. She's trying to be like non-threatening champion of the middle class. I don't know what's so threatening about healthcare and an end to war, but okay. And I feel like maybe they're just following suit by going straight to CNN. I assume they had their pick of the litter. They could go wherever they wanted. I don't know why they would end up with.
Well, where would
Talk
they
about
go?
milk
Well,
toast.
MSNBC?
They're doing
mean,
a
I-
debate with ABC,
Yeah.
right? So, like, I think they're just trying to share the wealth between
Yeah.
all the networks. I think that's
Yeah.
what it is.
But
Sean
Can I
Hannity
point something
calls
out?
ABC a
well,
lefty liberal. I heard it
Well, it's
today.
full of communists. Yeah.
but here's where
always
I'm
be
going.
communist. ABC, always be communist.
It did one sec, Jay, because here's where I'm going with this.
No,
Jerry
go ahead.
McLean in the chat says that they're doing it together.
Mm-hmm.
What I can't remember both candidates on the ticket doing their first interview together. Am I wrong about that? Is that like a normal thing they do? Because that seems to me like maybe they are going to gang up on Dana Bash. Maybe they aren't going to let Bash get away with, or Dana Fash, as somebody was saying. Maybe they're not going to let her get away
Zero
with
BE.
her standard. Yeah, zero. Maybe they're not going to let her get away with her standard BS. I don't know. Does that make any difference? Am I wrong? Do they always do?
I mean, I've seen candidates do it together. I can't say their first interview. I don't think I've ever seen a first interview being done together. But I also, they're trying to sell it as if Kamala can't do, right? The Republicans are trying to sell it as like she can't do the job or she can't handle the interviews.
Horrible.
I don't buy that either. I honestly think she's just running a different playbook at this point because she's choosing when and where and how she wants to do her interviews. So, we'll definitely see after this first interview, though. We'll see what the fruit is. Like, was it beneficial for her to have Tim Walz up there, and did she hide behind? All that has still come out in this interview, so we'll see.
I think it's a good idea.
Right,
'cause-
networks are being disgustingly sexist, and it really makes me sick.
Yeah.
Oh
They-
yeah,
they're-
with
they're-
the
that they just
yeah.
that it's constant that they're being like that. She's an accomplished professional. I mean,
Yes.
regardless of what you think, she was she's had educated. She had yes, and she has more experience than any of those moronic journalists.
Come on. Exactly. No,
My
listen,
only reason for voting for Kamala is that her father was a Marxist, and I think she's a sleeper cell. So let's hope and pray.
you and me both. Because honestly, I can't say that I know Kamala, but I peep game. I've observed her, and I've observed how she operates. But what I've observed more than anything else was how the establishment really played her over the first few years of her being a VP, right? They always, I know vice presidents don't normally get a good run at stuff, but the establishment was setting her up for failure time and time and again. And I sat back and I wondered, I'm like, why would they do this to their own VP? Like they weren't making her look like, they were making her look worse than Dan Quayle by the assignments they gave her, not because of how she performed, but the assignments that they sent her to.
Apparently,
terrible
Obama
coverage.
behind the scenes did not want her to be the new candidate. So
See, and see, this is why I think you might be right, Andrea. I think she might be far more leftist
Progressive.
than what the establishment is comfortable with. So that's my story.
Look at her kids.
she's a sleeper cell.
Yeah, look at
It's
her
going to
kids.
happen January
On
21st. Communism.
that point. I think one thing that's been overlooked. Ben is always right. Let's not,
Overlooked because of what? Why would you be
One thing that-
overlooking such a thing?
The chat
one thing with
very
great
good.
effort on my part. One thing that I think is not realized about the Tim Walz pick as VP. The whole point of picking your VP has become to balance out the ticket. It has not been to, pick a successor or whatever. It's literally been for short-term gain. And one thing that a lefty Tim Walz pick signals to the sort of folks that really don't pay all that much attention is to say Kamala is to say as Kamala Harris, I'm not that far left. Because if I was, why would I pick this guy who's going to
He's
make
the
the
perfect
left
cover.
happy? Exactly.
You know,
It just tells me she's savvy.
I
She
heard
understands messaging.
Good.
I heard Kamala Harris's dad was so classless, actually, that
Here we go.
he could be a Marxist utopia. But I don't think that
You can get
that
away with that one. That's
I
fine.
don't think that
I like
pulling these people left is the same as saying they're progressive. doing progressive policy doesn't make them progressive or any less
Yes.
centrist or whatever. Just do shit that helps people. If it's progressive, oops, okay. But we don't need you to be like, we did progressive shit, so you're appeased. We don't need
That's
that.
been
And we don't want to
burning my
slip
behind.
into that. Yeah,
Why
we
do
don't
we
want to
have to
fall
keep
into
begging for decency out of these people? Why is it always a struggle to get people to do the decent thing?
We want them.
Jake's literally out here dying of an eye infection, and Democrats aren't
Thank
going
you.
to pass Medicare for all.
Amen.
You're gonna trigger up like the dad and the pastor and be like, no, Jake, go to the hospital now in the name of Jesus.
I am resilient
I agree
in a
with
way
Ben.
that only the ignorant can pull off.
We want them to
it'll
just
shock us all.
Famous last
them-
words. Put that on the gravestone.
No, I
That's a
rebuke
great
that. You're
Jesus
gonna see, you're gonna bring the real Jesus out of me. No, Jake is gonna be fired. Jake is gonna be
Yes,
fired.
he is.
Listen,
Jake is always
I'm
okay.
going
let me
to-
tell you why. I want to answer your
I have his
question.
phone number now. I'm going to call him.
I'm gonna tell you the answer. It's because we literally do live underneath the most evil regime in the history of humanity.
Yeah.
They would rather see millions of people die from the pandemic than to shut down for 2 months. They would, they would really run us into global climate disaster than to transition from fossil fuels to an abundance of green energy that's, by the way, just sitting off the grid. Do you know that there's so much green energy that could power so many cities right now, but the people who run and manage the electric grids in most of these systems refuse to adapt those systems to the new energy? That's how evil they are. So anyway.
And the thing is, you bring
freaks.
up such a good point, because it's not, you say the most evil in history. History has something to do with it. It's not the same as like fighting for a 40-hour work week in the early 1900s. We know better. We've seen examples of other people doing this stuff. We're simply choosing not to. That gives it that extra soupçon, that extra little spice of evil.
We are so evil. And when I say the regime, I do mean Biden, Trump, the Uniparty, all that stuff that everybody that the people yell about on the other side, but they're gladly, and MAGA is a part of this regime, right? They're so evil that they will sit back and watch over 20,000 children get genocided in Gaza, and then say, "Oh, let's send more checks instead of more bombs. Instead of sending those bombs to get rid of Putin, which Ukraine is very capable of doing now. They're limited, so they're so evil that they really do pick the very worst options, because those options are funded by the military industrial complex, the healthcare industry, like money, right? It's so I can't say
it's
anymore.
Also choosing good fights and choosing bad fights is part of how the empire maintains this geopolitical chess match garbage, where it's like Russia gets to claim the moral high ground because they support Palestine, and the US gets to claim moral high ground because they support Ukraine. And we just go back and forth, and we're both the good guys and the bad guys.
Yes.
So let's shift it a little more. If everyone wants another
left
topic.
shift or right shift?
Yeah, let's
left. What are you talking about? Okay. I am against, just personally, I'm against not voting. Right?
Yeah.
But I
think if you don't vote, you're stupid.
I love
Unless
the
you're a
uncommitted
felon, then
vote.
you can't.
I love the uncommitted vote, and I'm behind the uncommitted vote movement and national organizing around that. This is what occurred to me. Is this a new way? Can you cast an uncommitted vote at any level of government and in numbers, right? You can't be one guy. It's got to be a movement, right? Instead of protesting, instead of marching in the street. Now, I love marching
and a message.
I love marching. I love protesting, right? But like, there are cop cities across the country. The cops are bum rushing peaceful protesters, kids, students just sitting on campuses peacefully protesting, and they're like, here we come, kick their asses, throw them in jail, right? So I love protesting and marching in the streets, but there is a huge risk to it because the cops are fascist. Can the uncommitted vote take the place of that and be as powerful or as symbolic?
I don't think so.
Why not?
It can supplement.
I think 700,000 votes is a big deal.
Is it a big
With
deal?
help.
Yeah, but is it as big of a deal as doing a march? I mean, I think they're different axes, honestly. I don't really think they're easily comparable because a march sends a message in a different way. Like, yeah, we have X amount of people that are actually willing to get their teeth kicked in by fascists, in order to do something. But also, it's not necessarily a perfect Venn diagram between people that vote or are willing to vote or withhold their vote against certain parties.
I just don't want people to get their ass kicked. That's all.
That sucks. But one of the benefits of a march is the vagary. You don't know how many people almost marched, whereas you can count the uncommitted votes. So it's two different strategies to essentially do the same
do it
thing.
all is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Sucks to hear in a world where, we're going out constantly and it's constantly an uphill fight. Two things. Good news is we're winning. Second thing is we got a toolbox. And if you felt like you didn't do one sufficiently, then do the other. You could make up for it.
Yeah.
I'm looking for alternatives because
I was a part of
these are anti-protest facilities.
I was a part of a silent protest. And let me tell you, this we protested against one of the, every city now has a local installation of this fascist MAGA movement. They just call them different things, different packs. The silence drove them absolutely bat crazy because they couldn't get any response out of us, and
they couldn't get the sound bites for their cringe comps.
Oh, but they ended up coming out and making themselves look like fools, and it was one of the most powerful things that I've ever been a part of because of the overwhelming, just maddening response that got out of them versus us just standing there just looking at them. And it took a lot of discipline to do it. I don't know how well that would go because you've seen police come and pepper spray kids who were just sitting there literally quiet. So I'm not sure that that's going to be like a fix in all to be all, but I think it should be added into our national repertoires, like some silent, like really zen out. If you touch us, it's because you're demonstrating to the world that you're evil. That kind of thing.
Yeah, well, the most important aspect of a protest, in my opinion, is physical blocking. Like, if you're to sit in the middle of a major intersection, it doesn't matter if you scream, it doesn't matter if you say nothing, but if you're blocking like anything that like causes like, commerce, anything.
Well, this is what climate defiance
is
doing and Extinction Rebellion has been doing. And that's why Roger Allam is going to prison in the UK. And good luck if MAGA does win, because there will be no protest.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
There will be more Gitmos. I'm sorry, but we can criticize all we want. But if we don't do something, or if something doesn't change, we're done. And we're done climatologically in the big picture anyway, in my opinion. But
get the Democrats elected, but then hold their feet to the fire.
But change the whole system. We have to get rid of the duopoly. We have to make sure that there is a way that nobody has to petition. All parties can be on popular vote. I mean, it has to happen. It has to happen. If it doesn't, we're just,
and we're so close to like, I don't think people, I know everyone on the screen does, but I don't think people realize that this is that generation, right? That this is, it's not going to be our grandkids. Like, the changes are happening. The fascism is coming now. The end of democracy is now, right? Climate disaster is now. It just hasn't hit your neighborhood yet, right? But if you look at other neighborhoods, you look at other nations, it's happening now. And there's enough people who are still comfortable to not actively participate. And then I think that there's some people who are just,
we'll give it time.
Yeah, well,
the Arctic's melting and jet streams changing and AMOC is slowing, and I mean, it's happening right in front of our eyes. But people are
AMOC. Say that.
The Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation System of the ocean.
And that when that craters, that's when like the whole thing gets destabilized.
That's my deal.
Wait, that's the thing from
yeah, but it's not going to happen like the day after tomorrow. It's not happening like that. It's slow.
It's the day after next week. Actually.
Things are happening, but the dots aren't being put together. But they're being put together by us, but people don't want to listen to the scientists because it's too frightening.
back to what Ben was saying about it not hitting someone's neighborhood yet. It really is
So well put.
And I love it when Nina Turner says it, but I've heard this a lot, where people say, "I don't do politics." Yeah, well, politics does you, and
Yeah.
there
now
you go.
fascism does you. And
Yeah.
and I'm glad that you don't like politics because that's gone now. And they just tell you what to do. It's authoritarianism. Like you fucking missed the boat on that one. So
You can basically only be a top or a bottom. That's the only choice you're making.
people need to continue to make choices politically and cast their vote in terms of helping other people get things they need. I personally always say my struggle shouldn't probably be your struggle, but your struggle probably should be my struggle, right?
Mhm.
Like, because that's what I'm fighting for is everyone who has
Isn't that what Mein
less than
Kampf
me.
means? My
No.
struggle? What does that mean? My
I don't
struggle?
know.
Oh
No, I-
God.
I do
Not,
think
okay,
it-
that's not what I'm
We
saying
got
at all.
Adolf
I'm talking about
Strackbein here. What is
fucking
that? What's the
socialism.
All right,
origin
let's
of
just
that
count
last
up
name?
Oh,
who
Jake,
we've been able to
Or is
cancel.
that
I mean,
from
Matt,
straight limb.
Andrea.
Straight
Matt,
limb.
you know I was just
Like kicking
I'm going to
doors
get off the
down.
show before you guys get me. I'm going
No,
to
no,
log
no.
off.
Look, the
Matt
word
knows.
politics comes from, I don't know if people know this. The word politics comes from the word poly, which means many, and ticks, which means blood-sucking parasite.
That's a good one.
I do want to say I'm a big believer. Obviously, I'm a believer in suits just because look at me. But
Yeah.
also, the I think the Clean for Gene folks had it right, and I think just like we were saying with the uncommitted versus protesting, I think when you come to protesting, there's am I a pirate on Lake Superior? All the Great Lakes, but it's unrelated to the patch.
It's going to be a
But
2-4.
I think that there's something to be said for forcing these folks, to the people who are swinging the billy clubs, to answer the question, uh, what were these people doing? What is it you actually objected to? And I
Mhm.
think that idea of the silent protest is so brilliant because it's like, here's just people existing. Go ahead, spray us, hit us.
Oh.
Tell me what we're doing that we could be doing differently. Because what we're doing right now is existing, and that's what you seem to have a problem with.
I'm going to go one step further. New York, there's an exception to the mask ban. There's a health exception and there's a religious exemption. I'm going to put as a part of my church mask as a spiritual expression.
All right.
And anyone who wants to join and I'm serious, I'm not joking. I'm put it in our bylaws and our constitution as a spiritual expression of love for your neighbor. Right, so that anyone in New York who wants to be able to wear their mask, I will send you a certificate from our church. You don't even have to pay tithes. You don't got to do none of that, because if we don't strike back in some very strategic ways, we're dead on arrival. And I really want to keep, like, somehow or another, we keep happiness and joy in my household, despite the fact that we have been like really, we homeschool our kids so we don't have to send them to the meat grinder of COVID, right? We really do avoid going, and we wear masks still. Like we're doing our part, and we still manage to be happy. But there's just everywhere I turn, there's some sadistic politic, Matt, that is trying to take that away from us. And so we have to get strategic here.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Cheers.
Well, that's one thing
I've got water.
that I want left-wing politics to be more engaged in, and this is something that frustrates me to no end with the left-wing spaces, is that you have this like personal responsibility versus the government should just save us thing dichotomy, right? So right-wingers are all about pick yourself up by your bootstraps, it's all on you, buddy. And then leftists are like, never ever introspect, you know, the food you're eating is probably great for you, the things you're doing are probably great for you, never introspect whatsoever, just beg the government to save you. And you know, that's the thing, is like, you know, you're saying you try to protect your kids from COVID. Not every single person can do that, right? So like, why aren't parent groups going to be enraged by this? You know, like kids' test scores are dropping all across the country, and except for private schools, because they protect from COVID, they have air ventilation, you know, stuff, they have mask mandates. Private schools, test scores are going up, or test scores are going up. So shouldn't we as leftists like instill this, like, yeah, actually we should be protecting ourselves and each other, And
That's
like
great.
that involves like, you know, protecting our kids, that involves protecting our family, that is especially our elders, you know, people that, you know, protected us when we were kids or whatever. We're just throwing them out, you know, just like that.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, like I don't, you know, this whole, you know, politics is mostly about government and what's the government do, what's policy. And I feel like politics should be more about like what you do every single day of your life, like the actions you take. Every action is political. Like, you know, getting on this show and doing the show, this is political. Watching the show is political, you know, like you're choosing to watch this instead of something else, you know. Why are you doing that? Well, you know, maybe you like the entertainment value of some dumb bitch, you know, screaming about shit with a tinfoil hat on. That's possible. Or maybe you like, you know, the eye patch, you know, superhero hour. Or maybe you just want to, you know, learn something. Or maybe, you know, it can be something
Tell a
to.
dad joke.
Yeah, exactly. You know, about the
Live a little.
elevators, you know.
Look, I just want to say real quick, Debbie Dolly is tonight's hero. They really get this show. It's so good how they're mad and telling us.
Yeah,
to
Debbie
mute
Dally.
Andrea.
I
It
mean,
makes
it's genuinely
it-
this bitch is dumber than dog
No,
shit. She
this is
comes in
our-
here.
this
She
is
comes in here
our
accusing me of
viewer.
spreading misinformation with no, by the way,
We
counter
need
argument.
this person
Oh,
watching this
Ben
show.
Dixon,
doesn't
please get
know
off the
you,
show. You don't
Andrea.
deserve to be here. Oh, it's so horrible. I feel bad for Ben Dixon.
This
Shut
is-
the fuck up, you stupid fucking bitch.
No,
Go
this is
away. You
exactly
suck.
what we need.
You suck.
on-
Unsubscribe. I don't know who you're watching. I'm sorry. I'm shouting.
She's on
I'm
Jake's
shouting
Also,
down.
channel.
Y'all's
Don't feel
viewers.
bad for
I
Ben
apologize.
Dixon.
Or what if you
He's
Daily?
online left. I'm sure he's
No, we're not.
one of you
secretly
Debbie
that-
Daily?
No. But that's the
I'm
kind of
actually
viewer.
Debbie Daly.
That's the kind of viewer we want on this show, and I'm not kidding. Okay, I have an idea for protest. I have an idea for a protest in the streets. That 17-year-old Hispanic kid, I forget where he was actually, what his actual origins were, but who was arrested for wearing a mask in Nassau
Yes.
County. Thousands of people in the streets wearing fucking masks tomorrow.
Yeah.
Never going to happen.
Protesting
because
in
the
that
leftists
kid's
don't
favor.
believe in COVID and they don't believe in masks.
Arrest
I agree
all
with
them.
that.
Let's see what
Well,
like.
there's a lot of people upset. In Nassau
Wouldn't that be an
County.
ironic way to get people to wear
There's-
masks in
there's
public?
a
Though
lot
is like a
of
No,
protest.
that's
upset.
classic. That's
It's
exactly
the
what you do.
Republicans that did it, and
Civil
it's
disobedience.
ridiculous. And
But like no
it-
more of those pussy hats or whatever
talk
they
about
were,
freedom.
right?
Well-
like everyone's out there wearing masks.
No,
That's
now
the
as a
thing, is
form
that
of
Yeah.
protest.
Intentionally
sunglasses-
violate the law.
All the laws
down there.
written about mask bans are because of surveillance and crime. But
Exactly.
sunglasses block all of that more. Like police cannot identify you.
Yeah.
They have a harder time identifying people wearing sunglasses than a fucking face mask. Right. So
Go
they're
ahead.
just lying. It's about like they're just lying to people. And that's the thing is liberals and a lot of leftists, a lot of self-proclaimed super communists that are going to like, you know, every other convention under the sun. Like a lot of leftists went to the DNC cheering that COVID is over and stuff like that. Right. But like they are never going to do that because for them, that requires them to introspect. That requires them to think, wait, maybe COVID's not over. Maybe I've made mistakes in my life. And no, they're not going to do that. I guarantee you no leftist is ever going to introspect.
It's a
on that
coping
issue.
mechanism, Andrea. It's their way of avoiding the conversation, introspective conversation, like you say,
with themselves. yeah.
that oh my God, society has lost its mind. Oh my God, the United States government has left us out here to really just kind of slowly die, and that we are really at a pivotal change in America, in the world that is apocalyptic. They don't really want to have those conversations with them. Oh my goodness, if I send my kids to school, they're going to bring home COVID every quarter. They don't want to think about that because it really is kind of a mind fracturing moment, and you have to
It's
have a
life
center.
threatening. Exactly. I mean,
But
that it's also a
is
trauma
our-
response to just
so
run away
is
from it.
Trauma
our
response.
lifestyle. Everything
right.
about our lifestyle, consumerism, manufacturing, everything, unlimited growth on a finite planet, using up all of the resources. And I don't know if I agree with unlimited energy, but you know, I have my reasons, but we have to stop growing. And that's another thing, you know, people are dealing with and talking about. They talk about degrowth, but no one's going to do it. It'll never happen. The
No,
greed,
you
the
are all
corporate
talking
feeling.
about the same thing, and we need to. This is really, truly what needs to be addressed, and we need to work on the way we address it. You're all talking about people choosing to ignore or deny facts because if they acknowledge them as real, then they know a good person would act on them. So, because they don't want to act, they do the thing where they pretend like it's not real. Deep
And they want to
down,
maintain the illusion that they're good people.
Jake,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
going to do you like we've known each other for a long time. Now I want you to think about that eye patch and you acting on getting that eye checked out tonight.
Thank you.
And it's because I love you, brother.
Urgent care is open
We
all the
all
time.
do. We
Just
That's
all
kind of
walk
the whole
in.
point of
worry.
urgent care. You can go
Just
whenever
walk
you
in and
want.
be like, yes.
I don't mean to do you
it's
like that
urgent.
live, and I just met you the first time. But
No.
You walk in and say,
as
"Dude,
long
this
as we're
is
telling
urgent."
some truths, you ought to know that the person who dares to
oh goodness,
give
why am
advice.
I'm here. Hang on. Go
That
ahead.
wasn't
the person
Jake.
who dares to give
Oh, here we
advice.
go.
Oh, that's genius. I want the color
This is
bars.
amazing.
Bars.
Looks like Debbie Dahlia's won. Ben is gone.
How do you get bars
acknowledge-
when your webcam goes out?
My
That's
bars
That
are
is
awesome.
a
different.
legitimately good question.
No, it's definitely
No, I
something set up
I
ahead of
acknowledge
time.
Yeah.
that I am probably endangering my sight
There it is.
and my maybe even my life, but I am shallow enough, and I've discovered an excuse to wear an eye patch. I'm shallow enough that I'll take that risk.
You're
You
gonna
can
be
still wear
watching.
the patch
this.
You're gonna
tomorrow.
watch this episode on loop every night before you go to sleep for the rest of your life. Like when you're dying and you're in the hospital deathbed in about 2, maybe 3 weeks from now, you're gonna be looping this clip of you saying that. It's gonna be burned into your brain like a fucking, like branding on a cow,
Oh,
but inside of your wrinkles
And
of
my
your great
weak hand is gonna reach across the hospital bed and grab my nephew that was forced to represent the family at my bedside, yank him close, and be like, "I pulled it off."
That's a heck of a fantasy.
Oh,
I
man.
like that.
You gotta dive
who's
face
gonna
Dying
into the
be,
fancy.
microphone.
you know who's
That's-
gonna be bedside.
Are you gonna wear a
on
suit
your
on your
deathbed?
deathbed?
Oh, it's gonna be Amanda or Pete.
He'll-
Absolutely.
He'll be like, "Give me the patch," and they'll go, "Oh, Jake, honey, you don't need the patch right now." And you're like, "I know. Give me the patch.
Neat.
I'm gonna die looking as cool as possible.
I don't need it. I
What's the
want
matter
it.
with
I don't need it. I want it." Yeah, that'd
Tonight,
be
Jake.
awesome.
you? Yeah.
What
Look,
coast are you
look.
on?
I mean, I was saying this last night. I'm just saying.
It's not working.
it was.
Thank you for
what coast?
reinforcing.
Michigan's East Coast.
Which
Wow.
it does have.
I maybe it's time for me to go, guys. My camera is giving up on me.
Is it?
All right, man.
mean-
Oh,
No.
Ben,
Yeah.
it's been a pleasure,
It's
and
been a
I hope
pleasure.
you're not scared
Before-
off.
Before you
I would
do
love
go,
to have
there
Ben
is.
Dixon on again. This is great.
Yeah.
Oh my God, absolutely. There is one thing, tradition on the show that I wanted to introduce you to, though.
Okay.
And there it is.
What's called Jake's it.
Jake leaves.
Oh, he leaves first.
Yep.
Just to be
Jake-
clear, he is not going to urgent care.
Yeah, he'll be
so
in
we
the
all
chat until
understand.
we go off air.
I do not think he is going to urgent care. In fact, I think he is going to
be
urgent
hanging
care
in
in
the
the form
chat.
of his bed. That's
Yeah.
what I would be.
Well,
Presumably with a bong or some other smoking apparatus.
well, the least I can do is say a prayer for him before I go to
I'm
bed
gonna,
tonight.
I'm gonna show you my
Good on
colors.
you.
There's
All right,
my
folks,
colors.
It's
See
been a
those?
pleasure.
Thanks for hanging
you have
out,
a great
Ben.
night, Ben.
Take care, everybody.
Ben,
All right, we'll see you,
you're
buddy.
a
You know what we call
pleasure.
Ben Dixon around here?
A
Has
pleasure.
been.
Ah,
Oh gosh. Okay.
later.
All right, see you, Ben.
Oh, the zoom
Um,
in. Oh, get out of here. My teeth were showing.
Stand by. There we go. So, yeah, good show.
See, let me show you this. Okay, see my colors?
Yeah, I like
You know what?
those.
You know what it is?
Is that the Netflix logo?
No, this is where the earth has heated up,
Oh.
and we are now living in red. This is the
Right.
this is the environment, the temperature of the planet.
So fitting that it's pulsating when you talk to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Heat
Isn't that
waves.
something? Heat
That's
waves.
exactly
Yeah.
right.
There we go.
So I want to talk about the
Not
CNN
paid
interview.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So recently I have made a discovery. And by a discovery, I mean, I knew about this for many years, but I've been putting it off. So I've decided to start doing political prediction markets where you get to bet money based on political speeches and other political events.
Oof,
And
Wait, is this
so
real?
This is real. I use a website called Polymarket.
no kidding.
And I have bet several $100s on what Kamala and Tim Walz will say in the speech tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it.
What?
I watched the DNC last night. I bet hundreds of dollars on the DNC, and it made watching the speeches a lot more fun. So,
Can
I mean,
you
I'm just
win?
saying.
Good. Maybe you
Wow.
could help me fix my gutters or teach
Oh,
me. how
You're
to
like the Emma
have
Vigeland of
any
this
money.
show.
do yeah.
So
She used Polymarket.
she gambles on
Excellent.
sports.
Oh, you can gamble
that's
on sports
really-
too. So I
What
just
kind of
don't like
stuff are you betting on in this interview?
Well, I mean, you can just look it up. Just open polymarket.com, and then you can just see there's a category called mention markets, and it's just they say the word, and then you win money. So, for example, I was watching the DNC last week, and when Kamala, I bet a lot of money on ceasefire, right? I got 2-to-1 odds on ceasefire, so I put like $500 on ceasefire, right? Kamala says cease. I knew she was going to say ceasefire because I'm super smart, right? Duh. Of course she's going to say fucking ceasefire. You know, she said it. Made a lot of money, and then I got really high, so it's pretty cool. But you know, I don't endorse gambling, but I'm looking forward to this CNN speech. I'm looking forward to it. This is gonna be great.
Abortion 81%, Palestine.
So if you bet $1,000 that
Palestinian.
she will say abortion, you would get $200.
Gosh.
So
Wait, if you bet 1,000, you get 200.
yeah, because it's 81% chance, so you would buy at 80 or so, you know, give or take a percent.
Then
You would
don't
get
Okay,
percent.
I don't
chance.
understand it. If you're betting 1,000, but you win so you win 200, but you don't really have to give up the 1,000.
Well, if you lose, you do. Yeah.
Right. I got you.
Wow. So I've been addicted to this for the last week.
I can't
Yeah,
do it.
I've been addicted
I
to
don't
this
have
for the
money
last
to
week.
do any of this.
I
Is
put in, you
I
know,
live on
Weird.
the poverty line.
will
Weird.
she say
16%.
weird? I don't know. She might.
That's gonna be more than 16%.
Well,
Weird?
maybe you should bet on it. Maybe if you think she's gonna say it, you know.
I never knew this
A
existed.
couch isn't on here. Why isn't couch on here?
No, that's a good
Tim.
I think that's
Tim
passe
said it.
now. Yeah, but if they're
It might
done
be in the
with
Tim Waltz market. He has his own
that-
separate one.
This is
Where's his?
wow.
Just go to mention markets. It'll be.
Oh,
on.
Wow.
I clicked off that.
Yeah, I'm making money on there being no ceasefire. I don't think there's gonna be a ceasefire.
Abortion, tampon,
Making some money
disorder,
on it.
gutter,
Wow, I think it's
coach.
getting worse.
Coach
isn't
is close to couch.
it? Coach.
No, they don't have couch.
There
That's
was a
weird.
market for couch last week, but I think
I
the
think
time is
that's
over.
passe now. The
Yeah.
couch jokes.
I mean,
Yeah, I think
not to
and
me,
people
but I
are-
get it.
Yeah. No, I think now they're saying, well, remember how Michelle Obama used to say, when they go low, we go high. Well, we are going low.
Worst
But
advice.
I know it is now. We learned, but maybe that's trickling in. I don't know.
This scene, what will Kamala say in August? That just seems weird.
Well, I mean, this is just a way for fucking degenerate gamblers to bet on the stupidest shit imaginable. And it, you know, it runs with cryptocurrency. So like most of their users are right wingers and stuff. But you know,
Wow.
that's the thing is because the user
Degenerate
base is mostly
gambler.
right wingers, like being a leftist, that means like I actually know how the world works. So like it's a lot easier for me to make money because these guys are just dumb as fuck. Like,
Wow.
you know, like they're bet on stupid
So
shit.
that's your secret. That's what you do. That's
Yeah,
cool.
it's just
Andrea.
a new
You're
hobby of mine.
woman of. That's why you're not doing cooking with the bitch anymore.
Wow. Yeah. It's also because, you know,
Doing gambling
Well,
with the bitch.
it's also nice to be able to live and find a way that you can earn a living.
I don't know if I'm earning a living, but
Well, I sure haven't. I mean, those days are over for me, put it that way. You know, that's okay.
yeah.
Someone in the chat at some point said, "Did you warn Ben about the show?" And I felt like saying, "I told him Andrea was going to be on here."
Oh, Ben and I go way back.
What kind of
you know,
warning do you need?
I've been on his show like many years ago, like, I think once or twice. So he's very well aware. But no, you know, some people they get nervous when the guest comes on. Sometimes
on
I
that
get
show
nervous,
once.
but I was not nervous with Ben Dixon. You know, I know Ben Dixon.
I've been on that show.
Wow, it's a good show.
Wow. Okay. So I was going to actually go early, and now I literally I came back from Buffalo and I took a nap. So I'm not as tired as I
Oh.
thought I would be, because I was coming on here saying, guys, I'm only going to be here for half an hour. But whenever I get here, I enjoy myself so much, you know, that
Yeah.
I'm not running the show. I have fun with you guys. I love you all. And Matt understands now when I say something, it's not against him. It's stupid shit that pops out.
It's all right. I say the most stupid shit out of anyone, so you shouldn't feel bad about it.
Oh, come on,
Um,
Andrea. No.
I love spreading misinformation live on stream.
Well, maybe Debbie's getting to know you better.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. I mean, I like Snicks was saying, "Oh, Andrew's yelled at me many a time." You know,
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, You know,
Who was your favorite one though? You had somebody that you always messed with in your chat, and I can't think of. It wasn't Snicks, I don't think, but it
I think
was
it was me.
somebody. No. I
It
can't.
was Retro Boomer.
Oh, yeah. What
yeah,
happened?
Right?
he was one of them. He was one of them. Yeah,
He
Is he
might have
still
passed
around?
away. He
I
claimed
haven't
he
seen him in a
was.
while, man.
He
I
said
hope
he
he's
had
all
a
right.
terminal illness and he was just saying whatever he felt like saying, and it was always really
Oh
hostile.
no, because he
I
came
haven't seen him in a
to
while.
my
Yeah.
chat a few. Aw,
If anyone's
Yeah,
heard
I
from
hope he's all
Retro
right, you know?
Boomer, let us
let
know,
us
but I
know.
haven't.
Yeah, because when he was first on in the
He was
chat,
going out on top though.
He left on a high note
He
of
was cussing me out all the time.
yeah. His high
I
note
was
has been
like,
accomplished.
whoa.
He got everything out he needed to
true,
say, like
Retro
"fuck you,
Boomer.
bitch, you're voting for Joe Biden, fuck you." That's
But
what he left.
it was
That was his
somebody
dying
else.
message to me. Thank you,
Oh
buddy.
god, but it was someone else too. But they were good. You know, they played with you. I don't
It's
remember.
probably maybe Donald James. You know.
No, it wasn't Donald either. It was a funny screen name, but well.
There were always
There's
like
no funny screen names in my chat. let me
there
tell
were
you.
trolls. Andrea would nurture trolls and like
Oh, you
engage
got to.
them.
Yeah.
Got away.
There
And
was
then they become followers.
Oh, that's the worst part. I hate when that
That's
happens.
what happened on my
They call
channel.
my
I've
bluff.
had people that were terribly awful, hostile, and then they said, "Wow, you know, it's not so bad because I'm learning something." It's
There were
happened.
people that you would bring on to debate you, and then I was just like, I don't want to hear people talking shit about people I like, and I would shut those off. But that's like to see a troll and be like, call me.
Oh, there's a
Oh,
reason
and there was
I don't do a live
found-
show anymore. I can't
I
handle
there
it.
was one guy that just couldn't make it work, and you were like, okay, if you can't make the Discord call work, then you're just
Have
a
any
loser.
of you seen this guy's
I
channel?
remember.
He popped up recently, and his name is Dude Doode. Holy shit! He has people from the right call in, and he and his team. He's on the screen, but it's the rest of them. They debate them and they blow them out of the water. They
Oh.
are progressive. I would love you to have him on as a guest, Matt. You've got to check his channel out. He's doing this. He's getting 600 and 700 people watching him, and these idiots on the right call in and they come in with the stupidest arguments, and I have not seen him falter once. Dude, Doo. I thought it was duty, but I guess it's dude with an E. And he's young, and I mean, it's good. So you have to check that one out because
Let's like from the YouTube video maker or streamer's perspective, it's free content. That's why you see people like Destiny do like the 19-hour long streams where he just like yells at people on Discord.
But he's not
'Cause
Destiny.
well, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying like it's you know, it's an easy way to just get out there
Yeah.
and like have an infinite mind. And it's also like right wingers are really dumb and
Yeah,
it's really
and he's
easy to make
not.
fun of them, right? So
I found that he actually was very factual in his responses, and he knows exactly the game that they play and their you know, when their inflection and the arguments. It's good. I have been enjoying it. He was on 2 nights in a row. I couldn't watch 2 nights in a row. I could watch a few, but I thought it was good, and I thought
2
it was
nights in a row. I mean,
well, he
come on
seems to be
now. I
doing
got
it
a
a
life.
lot more. He's been doing it for 3 years, and he's young, but I think he would be a great interview.
Well, link me up.
I
And
will.
just for the record, I wouldn't have the patience to debate those people either. I leave that to other people to do.
That's
I know
what he's
Jake
doing.
wants to do that
It's
a lot,
mind
but
numbing, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
I don't
just
know how this guy does it. He is
Here-
just
this is the thing. A guy was talking to me the other day about he just mentioned, you know, if Trump gets reelected, we'll have the 10 commandments in every classroom. These liberals will lose, and then kids will only benefit. And I was thinking to myself in the moment, there's no debate to be had with a dumb fuck racist. That argument that you just made isn't an argument. Debating that is the same as like troll hunting in my backyard. There are no trolls back there. That's a waste of time. You know what I mean? Like, this is some delusion that you're having. Maybe there's a cure or a therapy for it. That's not my wheelhouse. And if you just want to talk politics, actually talk politics instead of whatever that was that you were just
my
spewing.
response would be like, do you have a phone number I could call to get you some help? You know, like your wife, your mother, your father, anybody I can call that could, you know, come get you the help you need. You know, if someone's
I
saying that the
just
10 commandments
Great,
are good for
Donald.
kids.
I
Great,
just assume that
Donald.
guy's too stupid to actually find his way to the polls. But like, and we're in South Carolina, so it doesn't matter.
That's
But
true.
it's so obnoxious to me that people like, okay, on the one hand, yes, debate them, great, dismantle their arguments. But are you doing it in the hopes of shifting them away from their views? I think that's what Jake wants to do. I think other people want to roast somebody and get clicks. I find that obnoxious. I find that just, oh, you're
Well,
a jerk. I can be a jerk too, you know?
historically, if I would debate someone or have a conversation with them who are right winger, I just want to understand the psychology. Like, I don't care about changing their mind. I don't care about the clicks. I just want to know, like, how the mind of a stupid person functions, because I think that's just generally good information to know.
Yep. He's not. He knows he's not changing their minds, but
He
he's
could be changing their
debating.
audience. It's like Sam Cedar does, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there are people who are going. My algorithm or the algorithm is throwing all these people in my face who go. They don't say they're progressive. They don't say they're lefties. They're just going to Trump rallies and picking debates or picking fights with people in line for a Trump rally. And it's like,
Wow.
this is so boring to me. Like there was a time where that
Not
made
the good
sense.
liars. They're not doing that. The good
No,
liars.
the good liars do
They're
that in a way that I
they're
think is
good.
very
Yeah, well, they
smart.
were doing it
Yeah,
back, you know, when it
they're
was still pretty
funny.
new. So
Most
They're
people are just like,
allowed.
listen to what this guy said.
Yeah, they're funny, and they
Like
are.
I saw one of the good liars recently where the guy said that in California they passed a law in the last couple of years where you could have post-birth abortions by 4 months or something like that. And it was like, no one is killing 4-month-old babies. That's
No.
insane. He
I
said,
just want to come out there and say, just controversial, I know, but I do support post-birth abortion up
they
until the
said-
15th trimester. I support it.
They said, so where did you hear this? And he goes, oh, it's all over the news. And he's like, what news, sir? That's not a thing. And the guy's wife said, well, it's been a while now. It's like that wouldn't
Oh,
just
it's been a
drop out
while,
of the
right.
news cycle.
That's
you
right,
psycho.
You know, it was in the news. Now it's not in the news because time. Exactly.
But there are a
Marty
lot
has
of
a good
people.
comment,
What?
if you want to put Marty's comment up.
Oh,
What happened? I can actually quickly answer. It's
Go
called
for it.
money. It's the grift. It's money. It's greed. And I think Tulsi, you know, I asked a question on Twitter the other day because she had the Off Fossil Fuels for a Better Future Act. And I wonder, do all those people that she's, you know, canoodling with on the right, do they know that she had that act in Congress off fossil fuels? Do they know this? Because, or was it just it was a piece of legislation that was not bad. And do these people know? And what did happen to her? Jimmy Dory is easy to figure
audience
out.
capture is what happened to these people. They go with the
How
clicks. They
could
go
she?
with the
She
attention.
hurt me.
Yeah, but it's like Fox News wanted to have her on. That's an easy one. I mean, because she's not going to do anything politically, so she might as well switch over there. And that's kind of natural for politicians before, during, and after being an elected official is just going on Fox News, having a show or punditry. But with Jimmy Dore, that guy has always constantly been about audience capture. He doesn't care. He doesn't have a belief outside of his own ego. It's not like he has an ideology. You know what I mean? He is just 100% doing whatever he can to keep getting the views and the clicks. That's
The
it.
court jester.
It's all feeding his ego or his pocket, one or the other. I don't care, but like people are talking about him all the time in terms of like oh yeah, he's really hit rock bottom or he keeps spiraling down. No. That
He's
that
spiraling up
implies
because
that
he's getting
implies
rich.
that he was trying to do something and it's going the other way. He's just riding it out. He is doing whatever he can.
He's having a great life. He gets drunk every single day and has a great time doing a show, saying a bunch of shit. He doesn't have to read. He doesn't have to like pay attention to the news. He doesn't have to learn. He just gets drunk and does funny voices and makes millions of bucks. Like, I mean,
yeah,
he's dangerous because he's parroting
it is
all
dangerous.
the climate deniers. I mean, he is dangerous, and he's taken people along with him that used to be clearer thinkers.
I mean, he called
in that rabbit hole.
He called himself aggressive progressive because it rhymes.
It is a good rhyme. I gotta admit, I gotta give him that.
He was
one.
like already
aggressive progressive is good. I gotta give him that. It's good. It's solid.
And his shtick is to be angry and pissed off. And Cenk Uygur's like, no, that's what we want. And so that
Fuck
worked.
you, sellout.
But like they didn't bring him on there because he was a progressive. He didn't have that show because he was a progressive. Yeah, because he was always saying things where people were like, huh, okay, you're just yelling about shit.
Right.
Anti-establishment in the way Trump is anti-establishment. It's like being anti for the sake of being anti. Yeah.
Dusty always Cult of Dusty makes fun. He goes, the establishment makes fun of him. Oh my goodness. It's a crazy ass world, isn't it?
Let me just say, yeah, I mean, my favorite thing to say now is like, I'm not surprised, but I'm continually shocked. You can be those at the same time. But I really like that people are recommending people to come on my show. Please do that. Join the Discord. We have a special spot right on the Discord where you can do that. I always ask you to try and provide some sort of contact information because that's my crux. But
the Letterhack like show to this show pipeline is extremely important, right? So any guest has to go on Matt's show first, and then we can get them here once they graduate.
Yeah, but if they see us tonight, they might get scared.
But we can't show them the show
Ben
first.
was fabulous. Ben was fabulous. And you know what? All of a sudden, I felt like the interviewer. I wanted to get I really wanted to be able to talk to him because I love him so much. And it was the first time I got to actually interface with him.
We'll get him back on. It'll happen.
He's wonderful.
You gotta have I feel like it's a rite of passage to come on Left Past 10.
I guess. Yeah.
Because
if you're not on here, you're a fucking
if you can
insult.
If you can make it.
If you're on here and your reputation can sustain this spot on this show,
right.
You are solid, man. You will be
if you
fine
only
forever.
lose like 10, maybe 20% of your follower base after being on this show, then that's a win.
You know, I have to check. I have to look. I see those numbers, but I have such a small channel, so you'll see goes down by 2, up by 3, down by 4.
The other
whatever.
The other day, I went to bed and I was like, had just done a show, so of course I'm like looking at YouTube Studio and stuff, comments, whatever.
Yeah.
And so I knew what my subscriber count was, and then I wake up in the morning and it's up 35 subs, and I was like, nope, that doesn't just happen. And it was in like 5 hours. So I was like, somebody mentioned me. So I went on the Discord to the moderators only, and I said, hey, did anyone mention the channel on a recent show or something? How did I get all these subs instantly? Because that always happens. And it was Latino Mufuni said, Majority Report just put out a video where they have the faux beef with you at the beginning.
Oh, that's great.
Because it was a call from John from San Antonio, and they clipped it.
Yeah.
That was like over 400,000 views last time I looked.
And
So
you only got 35 subscribers? Like when you really think about it.
Do you have it queued up? Can you show it?
1,700 fucking comments on that thing, and John is like responding to them.
Show it.
Do
you have it?
But think how many of them actually believe that the beef is real and that it's not a vegan substitute.
Here.
726 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Good afternoon, Sam and Emma. This is John from San Antonio.
John from San Antonio. It's great to hear from you. Didn't recognize the 726. You got a new phone.
Yeah. Do I sound okay?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Okay.
Why'd you get a
All
new
right,
phone? Do you use a
yeah,
different phone on the Letterhack? Is this a burner? Is this a burner phone for your mistress, the Majority Report?
No, because I'm on. They can sue me on the Letterhack show, so there's no phone involved. But
All right.
yeah.
All right.
Wow.
That was
You-
great.
Good.
You hear him in the back going, "Haha, yeah."
She was good. I think
It's
Emma's
really good.
she's brilliant.
So
Yeah.
that is the
And
very
she's so
beginning.
deadpan. She's
Yeah.
so deadpan, She's just like, "Oh, your mistress." The
Well, you gotta be
I loved
deadpan, yeah.
it. It was great.
If the pan is alive, it's already over.
Oh, thank you, Matt Hunter. I love you. I want to move to New Zealand, but Matt lives in the most beautiful, beautiful place. Oh my gosh.
I was talking to Lord of the Rings, man. I was talking to somebody the other day. I'm gonna have them on the show, so this all come out. But they were saying, "Hey, I just want to let you know I watched the Majority Report. I think it's so funny that you've taken the place of the David Pakman beef." And I was like, "Fuck, man! They mentioned me way more than they ever mentioned
Yeah.
Pakman. That's
Well,
for
because you're way
sure."
more fun to mention than Pac-Man. David is just so serious.
So when are we getting
Oh my
any
God.
of the Majority Report guys on this show besides Matt Folder?
Well, we had Matt and we had the Humanist Report.
Well, he's
Oh,
not
but you
on the
mean
Majority
like
Report.
Sam
Oh,
or
that's-
Emma?
Yeah, we got to
them.
get the big
That's
tickets.
right. Oh, I was thinking the other. Yeah. So
I think it's too late
I
at
would.
night. I don't
Emma
know.
would be. I know Emma would be my dream.
There was a second part to that clip too. It bookends the clip. That's the funniest part. Like, I don't know if people watch all the way to the end, but they bring it up again at the end of that clip, which is really funny.
Well, it's an important subject.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to watch it. People were complaining last week when I played it. They were like, "This is played out," and I'm like, "I really don't give a fuck."
Well,
Yeah, I
we've
mean,
been on for
first of
2
all,
hours.
it's not played out because we're still paying off the legal fees from all this horse shit. So please send us more super chats.
Who else? What other YouTube show has been mentioned on the Majority Report weekly for going on 3 months?
Have they mentioned Left Past 10 or just you?
Left Past 10 has been mentioned twice by Matt Binder.
Interesting.
I think he said Left Past 10.
See,
Matt-
yeah, what we need a
Matt-
poly market for this. Does Majority Report say Left Past 10? I'll put money on it.
Oh, somebody said Public Utility said have Tim Pool on with us.
Ooh,
I'd have Tim Pool on. Let's do it.
Well, you would on your show. I don't know.
No, let's get him on here. Timothy
Pool on
Ocean.
there.
there are some people who let me say this. I do have a hell of a Rolodex. I have phone numbers.
Isn't
for
that a
people.
watch company?
That's Rolex. I have phone numbers for people, and I do not text them because that is overreach. Now, Ben and I have had lots of long phone calls. We've talked just casually and all this, so it makes sense like if we text back and forth. But there are some people who, for the sake of being on a show or coordinating for whatever behind the scenes, I have their phone number. And I will invite them on the show, like via email or DM. Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
you've told me it's hard. I have the
And
same
you
thing with
get
couple
no
people.
reply. And it's like, dude, we have each other's phone number. Like, just tell me I don't do that. Or I don't know, say something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've written to
Weird.
people, and I'm not as good at follow up as you are, and I really need to do that because there's a couple of people that that I want to interview, the anti-nuclear people, and I can't not seem to get this one guy to write me back, but I have to keep trying. Yeah, there's a lot of voices out there.
Yeah, I
Lot
just
of
want them
voices.
to at least be like, it's not gonna happen. Not say that, but let me know.
Yeah, but your show is excellent. Your interview style, and it's great. I would think anybody would
Yeah,
be
like
proud to come
wouldn't
on.
anyone want like a free puff piece, like softball interview so that they can just post
Lovely.
on their
Fucking A.
channels about, hey, everyone, I'm so great. We got this interview.
Well-
Someone's constantly saying how great I am, asking me some questions to make me look good. Like, wouldn't anyone want to do?
And the thing about you, Matt, and me too, is I'm not a gotcha interviewer. I don't bring people on to debate
it's
or
good
gotcha.
faith.
I don't do that. And because, even if there's some things that I may not agree with, that it's not, this is when I have them on there, it's their show. Everybody knows me. It's their interview, their show.
And I've had the opportunity to do that. I've had the opportunity to bring someone on under the pretense that it was a good faith interview and discussion, and then be like, "Gotcha," and I didn't do it.
It's not you. It's not the character of your style, your show. And then people won't want to come on.
Hey, I have a question for you, Sandy. I do appreciate that. I'm just hard at taking positive feedback. I have a question for you.
I always have positive feedback for you.
That's why we hang.
Yeah.
No, there's you had someone on their show that was pro psychedelics for therapeutic use, right?
Like a
It's
lot of
it was a
people are,
woman.
but
This was recent. It was the first time she'd ever done a podcast. I believe you said that maybe she was nervous doing it, but it was
Yeah.
excellent.
Okay.
Remember this?
Yeah.
Can we get her
but
on this show?
Let me see. I gotta look on my channel because I forget everything. Wow, that dude guy is still live. It just popped up.
I'm going to be
he's totally
covering.
still
I'm
live.
going to be covering some of this on
All
my
right,
show
I will
going
tell you
forward.
who it was.
What, psychedelics for therapy?
Good.
The legalization and the, I think there are
Well,
some people.
I follow a lot of the companies that
Well,
are involved
Alex,
in trials
Yeah,
and stuff.
there
and
are-
Oh,
very
it was
interesting.
Doomer Girl, Sarah. Doomer Girl News
Link me up.
on Twitter. Sarah Horton.
Link
Oh,
me up.
she's awesome. Yeah, Sarah. I don't know
There's
why
a
I
lot
had
of
to
people doing this
Sarah
very.
Horton. Yeah,
People
yeah,
doing it very responsibly, and I want to be part of the counter
she has.
to the negative voices out there
Absolutely.
saying, "Oh, they're psychos. It makes you crazy.
No,
Weed is
it's
like
helped
heroin."
her immensely. It's helped her immensely. That was I really enjoyed having her on. We write to each other. She's definitely into our climb, into our genre, but she's
Or is it
she-
Nadia Yvette?
No, Nadia also, but not, I don't think it's Nadia. No, it was definitely it was Sarah Horton. Mm-hmm.
Well, both of them sound good. Link me up. Join the Discord and link me up.
Yeah, let's also try to do that on our show too.
But I was talking to somebody.
Sarah would be great to come on here with all of us.
There you go. I was talking to somebody
Ooh,
in terms of
Andrea.
like risk
Okay.
management, and I
Master.
said,
Mhm.
damn it, that is the thing I've thought of because, longtime viewers of my show, or not so long, know that I spent a lot of time doing that stuff. And to see it legalized without any sort of, it doesn't work the same for everyone. There should be some sort of like, hey, it's for therapy. Good luck out there. Microdose. Hold on. Have an analysis. Make sure you're getting the correct amounts and doing it
Like
right. And then
like
we can
ketamine.
check in or whatever. And I
Mhm.
just want to make sure that stuff is talked about a lot. So if people are doing it
Absolutely. I think you would
responsibly-
excel in that space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to go down that road.
Sign me
Cool.
up. If
I
you want me
like-
to come on, I will come on.
I like
'cause
it.
This is something that I do in my spare time.
I know.
I've been known every once in a while.
Spare
not too
time
much.
on air.
Once in a while, I've done it before. I've done a couple shows.
Hey,
once or
speaking of
twice.
tripping, let's eat that hot chip.
Oh
is it called?
gosh, are we going back to the
I
the
really
one
want to
chip
do it.
challenge.
Yeah, I want to do it. Is that like not a thing anymore? Do they?
I
still
think they
sell that?
release a new one every year or some horse shit.
So I'm gonna go to Pucker
Oh.
Butt Company in
You're gonna go where?
Fort
What was that?
Mills.
the
Fort
one
Mills.
chip. Yeah, that's it. The one
Fort
chip.
Mills, South Carolina, is where the guy who created the Carolina Reaper pepper. This is the guy who makes the hottest peppers. It's 2 hours away from me. We're gonna go up there. It's where you get
Excellent.
all the hot ones, hot sauces. So I'm gonna go up there
Yeah.
and clean up on some new hot sauces and get some really hot peppers. And they have those chips up there.
Oof, I can't eat hot hot.
But like I like buying that stuff from that place. It's called Pucker Butt.
So
It's the name on the
Okay.
fucking
Can you buy them
store.
online?
Yeah.
My God, I grow the boring peppers. My peppers are all sweet and not hot.
Oh, my wife has like 24 varieties of peppers, and
Does
they
she have
are
the hot stuff?
All right, so they got Pepper
little
X. I
tiny
see how it is.
little yellow ones that look harmless. They will knock you down. They
I
are
can't do it.
brutal.
I'm just making a
Oh,
pepper.
they're having
Actually,
a
now
hot
I'm gonna make a
sauce sale.
sweet pepper relish. Actually, I've been canning and making soup and all this stuff. I'm really enjoying it, even though my garden was overrun with weeds from all the rain. But I'm good.
Link us up there, Andrea. Put it in the private
What?
chat.
All
Put
right.
it in
Want
the
me to
private
put-
All right,
chat.
well,
Yeah, I
listen,
want to see.
I'm doing a Sandy exit because it is 12:15 and I am getting tired and I was traveling today and all, and I love you guys. I love
Yeah,
you
Have
it was a
fun.
great
much.
show.
Thank you to everyone in all of the different chats, and see you Friday night. I'm just about ready.
Right on.
I'll be in the chat, but I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
Mwah! Love you.
Okay.
they got
Take
some
care.
bottles of hot sauce on here for like $2.50.
Oh yeah, and check it out.
Oh, what the hell, man?
They are so cool because if you go in there and spend like a certain amount, they're like, "Hey, we want to hook you up with a couple of free bottles of hot sauce." So
Do they
like,
do that online?
nah, I don't know.
Damn it! Fuck!
Son of a bitch!
Fucking shit! Oh,
Shit! Wouldn't it be funny if, like, after that whole show, now we try and get demonetized?
yeah. Well, might have got
Right at the last second.
I was yelling at that one
Way
fucking
over.
person in the chat.
I was saying somebody should go into Sandy's chat and explain Andrea to them, and they were like, "Dude, if she's hung out this long, she gets it."
Well, I think whoever's rhyme named alliterated with dumb fuck, I think that was one of Jake's viewers. 'Cause I know Jake's viewers don't like me either. Shout outs to Jake's viewers, by the way. I love you all.
I know. Oh, look, gift packs. Damn.
Oh man, only $10 for this shit. Like, give me a break. I'm buying the whole store.
Those are
Like, okay,
small
when you
bottles.
go there, can you like tell them like, hey, we do a show? Hey, we got a show going on. You know, we want to give us a little something?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I got this shirt in black.
Oh, that's a good shirt.
I want to see
That's a
the
good
back.
shirt.
Come on.
What's with these t-shirts that like put the interesting thing on the back, you know? As someone with long hair, you know, it doesn't work for me. It just doesn't. It really, I mean, it's a bad system. It's a real, who wants to wear something that like the cool part's on the back? So it's like, hey man, look at my shirt. You
Yeah,
know, you have to like, what is that? You know,
in the apparel industry, we would take that into account.
really,
We would, and especially for like hoodies. You can't have the logo where the hoodie down would cover it up.
absolutely,
It
it's
makes no
just horrible.
sense. Yeah,
It's horrible stuff.
yeah.
It's offensive.
Anyway, speaking of offensive, just kidding. Speaking
of offensive, we got at least one more hour of show coming up here, so
Jeez.
buckle up.
So I was saying earlier how much I hate TikTok, where you don't even have to try. They show you those people dancing at the camera. I hate that. That's the cringiest shit I've ever seen in my
Dancing
life.
at the camera? What does
Yeah,
that
have you
mean?
ever seen any of these TikTok videos where they dance?
I don't have TikTok.
And it's like everyone's trying. Well, it pops up on Instagram. It pops up everywhere.
I don't have Instagram either.
Good for you. But like, it's so annoying. And then I saw one.
So like they're just
recently.
dancing? Like what? But like at the camera.
It's
like they're
a certain
pointing?
dance. I guess they all have a certain dance, and they will. And look, I don't allow sound or volume on any of my machines or devices. So there's probably music. I don't think I would recognize it. I don't care. But like you can see it. It starts with them setting up the camera, and then they step back. You can see them, and they're like, and they do like a little fucking choreography, and it's like, what is this? This is, and it's like 3,000 views,
not
3
good.
million views.
Not
What
good.
is this? So
The
I'm
kids are cooked.
scrolling.
It's not good.
I'm scrolling through TikTok, and I see this girl dancing, and I was like, I immediately turned it up, and it was a song, "Dance Hall Days" by what are they called? God damn it! These are the people that did "Everyone Wang Chung Tonight." Oh,
Yep.
God damn it. I can't think of it. It's driving me crazy. Wang Chung. That's their name.
There
Why
you
is
go.
the 80s song? Do you know the song?
No.
Do you want to do a silent dance party?
No.
Okay. Well, anyway, look, I watched this. I watched this video of this girl dancing with the music, and I was like, this is awesome. This is what it should be. I'm going to check out her channel. Guess what? She has a shitload of videos, and they all suck. I was like, oh, no. These are
And you
terrible.
just stumbled across the one good one?
It's awesome. Like, maybe we can watch it without volume. Like, if I put it in Safari, the
I
volume
love
would
this arc of the show where it's like you just go up here and show us. I was like looking at this cool thing on like TikTok and Instagram. It's like I just want to share it with everybody. I'm like, this is the coolest part of the show.
boomer TikTok, I guess.
Yeah.
I think the way that this person is dancing is so fucking cool. And if anyone knows this song, you get it, right? Here, I'll put the link in my chat. Everyone check that out. Here, I'll just show it. There shouldn't be any volume.
Shout out to Blackbirdie_1974.
Why?
/video/74.
Here we go. So I think that this dancing to me is so fun.
Okay.
And especially to the song, right? This is not TikTok dancing. This is somebody just having a great time dancing with cowboy boots on, right?
Okay.
Like, this is great. I love this.
And then the other videos.
I go to her channel and I'm like, wow, fail. This is horrible.
It's a horrible channel. Well, I see like on the side, she's out like videos of her naked and upside down and like wearing a hoodie.
I guess that's other stuff. That's the thing. If you continue without logging in on TikTok, they will show you all manner of video. I mean, it's just if it's popular on TikTok, they'll be like, everyone must like this. Like, here's the thing. If I want to watch tennis videos on TikTok or Instagram, they're like, oh, obviously you want to see all of the footage of girls in tennis skirts when the wind blows them up. No, I want to see fucking tennis. But those are the popular ones.
Pornification of the algorithm.
You know what I'm saying? Those are the popular ones. So they're like, yeah, of course you want to see this. Like,
yeah,
somebody told me, like,
don't you want to see 20 of these videos, man? Come on, please keep scrolling.
I was looking up, I said, what are they called? Like TikTok performers? And they're like, don't look up performers on TikTok. And I was like, why? And they go, that's porn. I was like, what the? They took the word performer?
Yeah. Well, you can't say porn because it's against the rules. So.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. See, now you understand it. Exactly. That's why motherfuckers go like, oh, I'm unaliving myself because they're fucking.
So you wouldn't just. Why aren't you just. Okay. Maybe I'm crazy. Why wouldn't you just go to where the porn is instead of workarounds on fucking Instagram?
Well, okay, so it's one,
so
you
weird.
know, it's a larger audience pool. You know, if you're just on porn websites advertising your pornography, you're competing with like, you know, hardcore porn, right? Whereas if you're on TikTok, you're competing with like cooking videos and like, you know, it's an easier way to win the game. You know, it's like what's your competition? I mean, I'm not trying to shit on anyone, but that's how the websites work.
I mean, it's weird. I don't
we got Zero PE, the resident porn addict. It hits different on Insta. I don't know. Tell us more, Zero. Tell us how it hits different, please.
Hold on. People are trying to link to other shows while we're still on air.
Can you believe this horse pucky?
Matt Bender Raiders. Hey, welcome in. Good to see you all.
Yeah, we just did a
welcome.
show. We screamed at Ben Dixon. You may have heard of him. We yelled at him. If it was mostly me, I yelled at him and he started crying and he left the show. And now we're just kind of sitting here talking about porn on TikTok. So if anyone wants to join us.
It would be well worth your time to go back and watch the show from the beginning. We had a great cold open. We do those. We're trying to be funny here sometimes. Engage with the audience.
You know, climate change, global warming. We're trying to cool it down.
Paris waltz. We talked about everything.
We were waltzing all over this show with that kind of ticket.
The upcoming Dana Fash interview.
It's a joke because her name is Bash.
So, but she's fashy.
Yeah.
So that's funny.
It's pretty funny.
This is the end of the show where Andrea and I try to alienate everyone as they desperately want to go watch other shows.
And then Matt Bender raids us, and now we got to, be here for at least another 10 minutes. Soak in.
We really outlast Bender? That seems.
That's
an accomplishment.
Good. We got Benders full of viewers here, and we're going to do nothing with it.
If you folks can't watch 2 shows at once or more than that, get up to speed. Come on. This is what I do. I'll watch. I have watched like 6 shows at once. It's totally doable.
And you've absorbed every minute and every data point of all of those shows, of course.
There's a good chance a half of them are talking about the exact same shit.
That's true.
And if one of them was on another show earlier in the day talking about that, then you can just
if you're watching leftist shows, it's like watching Sinclair Broadcasting. These motherfuckers don't know how to come up with it.
Sometimes you can turn one down and turn another up.
John Lithium, the same commentary.
John Lithium says not on a cell phone. Yes, well, I've used my cell phone and laptop and TV. So,
well, that I think it's its own problem.
I just.
Oh, check this out! I got an
those
art
days are
announcement.
gone.
Check this out, art.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm modding. I'm making somebody a mod. Oh, cool.
This is the second episode of SpongeBob.
Wow, hand rendered perspective. Now is that a squirrel in a bikini?
That is Sandy
serving
Cheeks
drinks
in her debut episode.
Sandy Cheeks.
That's right. That's her name. From SpongeBob SquarePants hit children's cartoon.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Just thought I'd show that to everybody.
Don't
you dare sexualize the kids' cartoons. Give me a fucking break here.
Come on.
This is a show for kids.
That's also our show in a nutshell.
Well, yeah. Of course.
It's getting so warm. I want to take this sweater off. I don't know why it's getting warm in here. I have a shirt on. Come on. Yeah, it's getting warm in here. Let me jump on Insta real quick and take this sweater off. I'm sure there's a market for it.
Why? Like, what is this dude bro voice? Like, why is
that's
this
how I
weird?
imagine people looking like the dudes that go to Instagram for porn are just really like, I can post and then surf for performers.
Performers. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. Anyway, I still use that app on my phone. It just came with my phone that tells me how much I use my phone every week. And I take great pride in always using it less than the week before. And I am down to like the minimum. And then I think, what? But I am on my laptop all day.
All you have to do is go on one phone binge. Use it for like 8 hours in one day. And then you can just like, it makes it easier. You just go down and down and down for the next 6 months, and then you do one more binge.
Do you want to know which app I use the most on my phone?
I have the perfect answer for that question. No, I do not.
Oh.
I want to know which app you use the second most, actually.
Oh, AARP News.
Interesting.
It's the best fucking news source out there.
Okay.
they're always like, here's how you can save Social Security in your state. I'm like, fuck. This should
I
be
want to know how to
everywhere.
do that. Yeah,
I
what the
know.
hell? You should just do a show where you just read the
I
AARP
have.
news. That's a great show.
I've done that.
That's
I've
wonderful.
done that. I think that's I think people need to know that. They talk about elections in a very smart way. They're like, here's how to you know, any election like suppression going on, they talk about it openly. I don't know why I had this idea that they would be super conservative or speaking to a more like an older audience politically, and how we always say like, oh, it's always older voters who are still voting conservative and we need them to die off. And I'm like, no, we don't. We just need to educate them on what they should actually be voting for in their best interest. And AARP really does cover that. So
Shout out to AARP.
the app I use the most is Google Fit.
Okay.
You know why?
You're sending all your information to Google, and you love Google, and you want them to have all your information about your bodily health, that they can serve you advertisements based on your health problems.
No, I have the settings so that it's just while I'm using it on the treadmill. I get heart rate points.
Settings. So you flip the settings on your Google app, and that protects you.
My heart rate points translate to AARP rewards points. So I get like gift cards $5 less than.
All right. Okay, I'm in. That's worth giving Google your data. You get free $5 gift cards. Yeah.
Staying in shape.
That's amazing. That is incredible. I gotta join AIRP. How do I join? What's the qualification?
Well, I am in the whatchamacallit? What is it? The 50 club. So here's the thing. This is what's cool. You get to join the year you turn 50.
Okay.
So I joined in January, but my birthday isn't until December.
You got the most possible bang for your buck.
And it's like $12 a month, but like they always give you like if you put it off, if you get the offer and put it off for like 30 days, they'll be like, all right, $9 a year. Sorry, not a month, a year. So it's $9 a year to be just in ARP. I got a free trunk tote, which I've used a lot.
Incredible.
I went on a road trip, came in very handy.
That's great.
The good grocery stores are an hour away from where I live because I'm way down in the south. And so like I need that trunk tote because it keeps cold stuff cold and the warm stuff warm.
You got to have it. Yeah.
And it's
what would you do without it?
Yep. It's 2 sections, so you can keep those separate.
Of course.
But we're all going to need trunk totes in the future.
Oh my God. This is where else do you go to get this type of commentary? You got AARP and TikTok commentary from the same person. I mean, I'm impressed.
I'm just saying, I also hacked their system by getting in a year early.
That's true. That's true. I can only hack it by getting in 5 months early, 6 months early. So, but I got to wait a while to join the 50 club. I tried joining the 27 club, but they didn't let me in. So I got to wait.
People think it's kind of a scam and they're just taking money. They're not. I scroll through the news and I'm like, holy shit, this is the greatest news feed of all time for $9 a year. Okay, check it out. What if Trump gives his succession speech after Kamala wins and live on air he pulls out a Glock and says, this one won't miss? And boom.
Oh, man. Shout out to our Bud Dwyer. Nice shot, man.
This one won't miss. He would miss, number one.
That's true. He would miss.
It would miss. He'd probably end up killing somebody you don't want to be harmed. And he would get away with it. Like Dick Cheney. Did.
It's true. Good old Dick.
So I think
imagine shooting someone in the face and then forcing them to apologize to you on live television, man. Big dick motherfucker, man. Holy shit. That's insane. Holy fuck.
The thing is, Trump is pro-gun. He doesn't know how to use guns.
Oh,
He
he's
doesn't
never shot a gun
carry
in
a
his life.
gun. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Whenever
That's
you
the
see him at the
funniest
gun
thing.
shows and he's like picking up the guns, you ever see those? Like when he goes to the gun
Yeah.
shows and then holds them for the press for the photo op, and he's always holding them in like the funniest ways because he's never shot a gun. He doesn't know what it's like.
Did you see that clip of JD Vance at a gun show and he's like right next to a whole bunch of Nazi memorabilia?
Oh, that's like every picture of JD Vance at a gun show. It's also every picture of a gun show. For
Like-
more, pressing information, every gun show has like Nazi booths because it's we're selling World War II memorabilia, man. It's just it's for the the guys who love history, it's historians, bro.
Well, somebody should just teach him that word, optics.
Yeah, they would really benefit from having the Nazi stuff in the back room. Like trust me, you can still sell the Nazi stuff. Just go to the Nazi section ahead of time.
The best part was the guy selling is just sitting there like he doesn't know who the fuck JD Vance is.
Yeah, why would he?
or
He's
why
some
it's
fucking
being
idiot from
sold.
Ohio. Some hillbilly from Ohio,
Well, it's just proof that JD Vance isn't Nazi enough for the Nazis.
That's right.
They don't know who he is. Or maybe some of the Nazis aren't as political as I thought. I don't know. But anyway, that's amazing they let people sell that shit there.
The shit that goes on at gun shows, it should honestly be illegal.
Oh, good one. I do. What do you think about how Waltz, he introduced this term to me. I hadn't heard this yet. I love the idea that you can word things in a way that it's not playing it safe. It's creating a defense against the standard arguments and rhetoric from the opposition. When you say, look, people are dying out there, kids. We seriously have to do something about guns. They go, you're not taking my guns. And then it fizzles. But he said, we need gun violence policy. And I was like, yeah, because supposedly the people who are like so defensive about their guns, no pun intended, aren't
They're the
on
ones
the
who have
offense.
no idea how to use them.
Well, but they're not, they're anti-gun violence too. So if you use the term gun violence policy, what do you think? Does that
Well,
make a difference?
I
it
think
does.
that that's a mistake. I think assuming people that are pro-gun are against gun violence is a mistake.
Yeah, but I mean openly and politically and
Sure, yes. It would force them to say like, what? I don't want to do anything about gun violence instead of don't take my guns.
like, do you think defund the police is the wrong way to word it?
No, I think it's cool. Fuck the
I
police.
mean, me too.
I'd rather
Yeah,
say fuck
I
the
agree,
police.
but like if nothing's getting done,
Well,
then-
I no. Well, the thing is, defund the police is at a protest. Like I don't. Tim Walz is a politician, so he words things differently.
yeah.
Protesters
So I'm
should also
saying,
word things.
how should he word it in order to get some traction on that?
Well, I think Tim Walz should say, "Boy, that's pretty weird of them to do so," and maybe they should get off the couch and go get some tampons off the couch and learn how to fire a gun properly. That's what I think he should say.
Yeah,
In that exact phrasing as well.
I want
The phrasing is really important.
it to be like I believe in lying to people for the greater good. Okay. Child psychology, if you will. And to say things like, look, we want our cops to be able to focus on their jobs better instead of having to be spread thin and do everything like those fucking wellness visits. Don't let the cops have to do that. We'll get other people to do that. Meaning, asterisk, some of the funding will go away from the cops toward that shit. That's defunding the cops. But you make it sound like, in a way that the cops will go, yeah, thanks. Appreciate. I don't know. Because I've heard, look, Swarm of Rats was just saying, I think sensible gun safety legislation would be the phrase. I know many pro-gun people who also believe we need sensible guns. Yeah, it polls very high. Isn't it like 90%? Even Republicans, but it's the politicians.
Well, the
that
thing
keep
about polling
blocking
is
it.
like sensible means whatever you want it to mean for whoever's listening. anyone listening to sensible gun policy or whatever, they're going to hear sensible and interpret that through their own language. That's why it's such a popular phrase, because it doesn't really mean anything.
There's some things I wish I could talk about on this show that I don't think I can, but just from my personal life that I think
got
would
some
be
secrets.
very in line with this conversation.
Yeah, what do you got? What do you got?
Nah, it's just certain work things that I can't
Oh, we got some work
cross.
stuff. We got
Well,
some
because I work with kids and I don't want to mention.
You don't want to mention you work with kids?
Okay, so there's a cop / security guard for I think it's a school or a building next to where I work, and he's always taking smoke breaks on our property, and I don't like it. And it's like, fuck you, man. You're not allowed to smoke here, right? School grounds, can't do that.
Call the cops on
And
him.
that's what I'm saying. And he's like out here like every 45 minutes. So like, what are you even doing? Right? Like, good Lord.
Have you ever talked to him?
No, but like I was like, I'm gonna go tell that guy not to smoke there. And they're like, that's a cop. And I was like, this close to being like, I don't give a fuck.
They're a cop or a security guard?
It's a what do you call the cop who acts as security guard at schools? There's a name for it.
The peace officer or whatever fucking horseshit. School safety officer.
Yeah, it's something like that. It is something like that. I just feel like going over there and being like, hey, dude, resource officer. That's what it is. Thanks, FG. I feel like going over there and being like, hey, don't smoke over here, and have him like give me any lip, and I'll be like, you fucking heard me. But like, I want to say that in front of the kids to be like, you kids should be against cops, but I can't, you know.
Well, I'm going to send this tape to your boss. First thing in the
That'd be wild. That'd be wild. I bet they'd watch the whole thing.
Oh, they watch all 46 episodes or 45, depending on, whatever
I changed
count.
it.
Okay.
I tried to change it. Yikes. Here, hold on. I thought I had a question for you. I got some questions. Are you
For who?
tired?
For me?
Yeah. Are you like
can I take a pee break? I mean, how long? Like, if you can stomach being alone for 45 seconds, possibly 40.
Yeah, I can.
All right, I'll be right back.
Take your baby by the hand and make her do a handstand, and take your baby by the heel and do the next thing that you feel. We were so in phase. In our dance hall days, we were cool on craze. When I, you, and everyone we knew could believe, do, and share in what was true. I said, dance hall days love. Take your baby by the hair. I assume these are dance moves. And pull her close in there, and take your baby by the ears and play upon her darkest fears. This is the 80s, folks. This is a song from the 80s that was very popular. We were so in phase in our dance hall days. We were cool on craze when I, you, and everyone we knew could believe, do, and share in what was true. I said, dance hall days love. Dance hall days love. Take your baby by the wrist. Shit gets weird, man. It's not normal. And in her eyes, two sapphires blue, and you need her, and she needs you, and you need her, and she needs you. I was reading the lyrics to Dance Hall Days, which are pretty weird. It's like, here's the thing. There are very, very popular things. This is the only one I could think of at the moment. There are very popular things like songs and whatnot. Oh, I could think of another one where if you really look at the lyrics, you're like, no one should be saying this. No one should be listening to this. This is disturbing. Why are people doing this? Right.
Stop! Don't do it.
There's what's the Christmas song about? It's like a duet, and it's basically about slipping somebody a Mickey.
Oh, I gotta listen to that one. That one's my favorite.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but it sounds good.
It was on Elf.
Never
Baby,
seen
it's
Elf.
cold outside. Where he's like, baby, it's cold outside, and then she's like, I feel weird. What'd you put in my drink?
Baby, it's cold outside tomorrow. You know, something about filling out a rape kit. That's my Christmas song. I'll be here all week. I'll be here all week. Merry Christmas, everybody.
It's just, yeah, he's like trying to wear her down and possibly put something in her drink, and they turn it into like, everyone's like, I love that song. It's so romantic. Every Christmas we listen to it at my house, and I'm like, around your kids?
One of my favorite
Damn.
examples is Polly by Nirvana. See another good one.
Oh yeah. You know, in terms of playing it for your kids, is that what you mean? Like around
Well, yeah, just
family?
you know, the lyrics. You know, once you actually sit back and look at it, you know, it's a good song though.
Yeah, I saw. Speaking of Instagram, I followed this like 90s anxiety is what the profile is called, and they have like loosely paper like a notes page that Kurt Cobain was jotting down some notes about what he wanted the video for Teen Spirit to be.
Okay.
Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with that song?
Have
you seen the video?
I've seen the video, but I remember like in the video, this guy with curly hair was singing. Was that the right video? I know it's the same gym, right? In both of them, it's the same actors. You know, we got the whole same.
Like
it was
the
the
Weird
same
Al
props.
version.
Yeah. But he got the actual same location and all the same extras.
But it said access to a shopping mall and fake jewelry store. Lots of extras, a gym, black cheerleader uniforms. It's really funny.
That's right. I did interview the former manager of Nirvana. Shout out to Mila's Rolodex. She's got one hell of a Rolodex.
I know. She's connected.
We can aspire to get there. We got to get Mila on the show. What the fuck, man?
I've had her call in plenty.
It's not good enough.
Yeah. Oh, my chair went down. You see that? Hey,
I saw that. Was that another ghost? You got another ghost encounter?
Oh, I do.
No, here we go.
Mystery beep.
Mystery beep.
I don't know where it's coming from. Every now and then, super random beep. And I'm like,
it's called a fire alarm.
It's not. I had all the fire alarms replaced like 2 months ago in the whole house. It's like 7 or 8 of them. I had them all replaced.
Yeah.
You
got one that you forgot about in the attic.
No.
Basement.
No. And guess what? I went up in the attic. I practically live in the basement. It's furnished. But I went up in the attic. I checked everything today. It's insane. I don't know what it is. And then, like, I let it go. Just forgot about it. I sat down here at like 9:40, right? Beep. And I was like,
no.
Not a haunting.
Well, it's definitely not a haunting. No, it's not even close. Here's one thing. Okay, here's one thing. If I ever like win the lottery, one thing I want to do is I want to do one of those paranormal investigation shows, but like I want it to be like a full camera crew and everything, but it's only me. It's just me, right? So then every episode we just go somewhere, they leave all the cameras and it's just me. You know, they go home, maybe we have like a laptop feed, you know, but that's it. It's just me in the house. All right. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe this shit.
Will you be scared?
You know what? I'm going to be scared because you know what? I'm going to do a bunch of hallucinogenic drugs.
That's
then I'm going to sit in the middle of like the living room, you know, in the empty house, the abandoned house, right? Maybe it's a hospital. It's one of those asylums, right? I'll just sit there. I'll meditate. I'll do the drugs, and that's the show. And then like we can maybe hire an artist. I don't know if you know anyone who could do like an artist stuff, and they could do like some sort of artist thing that's like the interpretation of what I'm actually experiencing in my head, and then it juxtaposes with what's really happening, which is just me screaming alone, and nothing's actually going on. And then
I cannot tell you how. Look, we'll talk briefly when we go off air. I cannot tell you how accurate what you're saying is right now. So
it's
here's
accurate?
the thing.
What's the what's
drawing that kind of stuff. So here's the thing. Would you do it at night in the dark?
Absolutely.
Why?
Well, why not? I mean, I could eat whichever one is better. I'm down to do either one.
My wife and I just rewatched Paranormal Activity 1.
Oh, one of my favorite movies of all time. I love it. The first one, I mean, the rest, I'm down to nerd out about the whole series because I've seen all of them except for the most.
I like the
one.
first two.
The first one is good. I love 2. 3 is also good. After that, it gets corny, but I like 3 because it's the retro.
Yeah,
I like the old style camera equipment stuff. Anyway, go on.
Well, so first of all, they film themselves sleeping, and then things happen while they're asleep. Like she stands up.
Oh,
and
so
did
good.
she really stand up for the duration? It shows her standing there for 2 hours, but they fast forward. Did she have to stand? Did the actress have to stand there for 2 hours?
No. It was just like the part where they fast forward. They just get like one loop, and because it's fast forwarded so quickly, you can't see the loop actually happen.
Lame.
I'm just guessing. I'm just like as someone who's made videos, that's what I would do.
Okay, so here's the thing. All the hauntings happen between like 2 and 3:30 in the morning. Why? The demon's like...
Okay. It's because the movie The Exorcist happened, and then that movie, they mentioned something about 3 a.m., so now it's everywhere?
What'd they say? Hold on, I've seen The Exorcist a million times. What did they say about 3 a.m.?
That's something about... Like, that's when, like, the devil comes... I don't know, something at 3 a.m. It's the bullshit, because it's half of 6. That's the meme. So 333 times 2 is the devil. I'm the devil. Well, I mean, the show would be like a 6 hour show per episode. Like you get to watch the whole thing, and then there's the highlight reel, which is like all the cool stuff. But like the whole tape is available. Maybe that could be like the bonus paywall, so that you can see it's realistic.
Okay, there are a few thoughts behind the devil's hour landing between 3 and 4 a.m. The predominant reasoning lies with religious text. Jesus was crucified at 3 p.m. and the inverse of that would be 3 a.m., making it an hour of demonic activity according to folklore. Okay, all right. That's the first time I've heard why shit is happening only at night in the dark. But that's okay. It's still fictional, but I dig it.
I'm in. Sign me up.
That was so. What did you say? The devil.
I'm the devil. That's David Puddy in that episode of Seinfeld where he wears the face paint and he's running around screaming, "I'm the devil!" It's my favorite Puddy scene. It's really good.
That is great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's like, "This is Putty. Putty, it's Kramer. Hit me."
This is the best character, honestly.
He's always like, "This is Putty." Okay, so what I really like about that movie, though, is that it's a slow boil.
Oh yeah.
You just got fuzzy. Oh no.
I'm the devil.
What time is it? Oh, it's not even 1. No, we're good.
What the fuck, man? This is usually what does it. No, I was just gonna have to do the rest of the show like this. Oh.
So the inverse of 12:50 p.m. in the Passion was everyone took a break for lunch. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. Should I go make a sandwich or something? Like, what are we doing?
So, like, satanic wise or demonic wise, right now is kind of like, we're not quite there. We don't have the energy for a full on
It's not really that big of a deal.
possession right now. Just give us a few
I
hours.
got a food coma. Just had some noodles for lunch. You know, it's a big problem. And carbohydrates are hitting my system right about now.
Look at this. And Matt realizes he's tired.
That's his favorite part of Paranormal Activity is the sleeping scenes. You know, it really energizes you. So much sleeping.
Okay, get behind that. No, but this is okay. Why didn't they leave the house? This is the thing. If I have seen a lot of movies, I've seen a lot of found footage movies.
Oh, yeah.
And the
One of my
best
favorites.
ones are when it's a group of people in a movie saying, here's the footage we found. Let's watch it. And those are like feds or some sort of scientist or whatever. I've seen Russian.
Yeah, you
films
need to
about
have some
space that
sort
did
of
that.
like who edited the
Yeah.
movie. That's always a big one for me.
So
Like
this
who the
is
fuck
like,
edited Paranormal Activity in the universe of the movies? We don't fucking know.
yeah, and well, but at the end they have text on the screen. So here it is. They could have done this at the beginning, where
Yeah.
they say, the cops discovered the body and never saw this person again or whatever. And it's like, oh, so the cops have this footage and it wasn't in the fucking news. Like, I get that it's fiction.
Well, they do
and-
leave the house in Paranormal 3. I don't know if you
yeah,
watched
they
that one.
address it later, I guess.
Yeah.
But that
And
was
then
the
the ghost
thing is
follows
like
them there.
they really should have. I don't know. They could, because like you're filming all this, you have proof, and you didn't call the news.
I know. It's really bad. Like I think Paranormal 4 is like takes place in like 2012 or something. Like go on YouTube, bro. Like what are we doing here?
Oh,
Like Paranormal 1
I
and
love
2 are like
Blair
2005 or something. So I think
Blair
you know
Witch was good.
technically. But Blair Witch is excellent.
When I saw the Blair Witch Project, I lived in a house in the fucking woods, and
It's excellent.
you would pull up to the house, and I'd be like, oh, my roommates didn't leave the light on outside.
Yep.
Fuck. And we had like a circular driveway. So I would pull up, high beams on the house, run up there, turn on all the lights, go outside, turn my car off, and then go inside. But I came home after seeing that movie by myself, and halfway home, I was like, I know the lights are off. I'm going to be driving up to a house in the dark
Oh, yeah,
after
it's over
seeing
for you.
that movie.
It's done.
If there's somebody standing in the corner, not facing me,
It's
I'm
over.
gonna like shit myself.
Yeah, you'll die
and
instantly. I mean,
on
yeah, there's no question about it. It's not even really
last
an option.
2 seconds. It's like I think I'm the toughest guy in the world. I think I'm the first guy to throw myself in front of a bullet to protect a total stranger. But then I know in the back of my mind, will I freeze up?
Oh,
I
you're
don't
definitely
know.
gonna freeze. Yeah, you're gonna
And
freeze
so-
and then get murdered.
I
Absolutely.
don't want to though. But then I think
You
like
can't
if
really
it's
do anything about it. It's already happened. You know, like
like I don't believe in
flat
ghosts.
circle. It's already occurred.
I don't believe in ghosts, but if I saw one, probably lose it.
That's my thing. I don't believe in them either. But if I did see irrefutable evidence,
Freeze
know,
up.
that would fuck me up. I'm not gonna lie to you. It would totally, because it would destroy my entire sense of the world. You know, like everything I know would instantly, it would throw everything into question. So yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty crazy. I would love to see it.
Around last Halloween, Apple TV Plus put out this awesome show. It's a docu-series. This really happened. There
Can
was
we
a
pause for
guy.
a sec?
Yeah.
Well, someone in the chat said, I don't believe in ghosts, but when sleep deprived, I get a little superstitious. Well, when you are deprived of sleep, it's very similar to like doing drugs in that you get hallucinations. I had an experience a couple weeks ago where I didn't sleep much at all for like 4 or 5 days or so. I just had insomnia real bad. And yeah, I was seeing shit. Like, I mean, like I would go outside and I would see like squirrels, but like they weren't squirrels. They were just like giant boulders like coming out of like other streets, you know? And yeah, I was seeing shit. It was crazy. But yeah.
That's why it's like being hangry.
Yeah, I mean,
physical shit happens.
it's really cool. You know,
Is
I
it-
like to call it recreational sleep deprivation.
Nice, but this is why I play and just Andrea doesn't have a driver's license, so
I don't drive,
worry.
yeah.
It's not
Don't
as
worry
bad
about
as it sounds. But this is why I play the paranormal game at home, and I think everyone should do this. If 2 or more people live in a house, it's better if there's like at least 3.
What if one of the
right?
people are dogs?
humans who can write.
Okay.
What you do is you each get your own piece of paper and secretly write down the location in your shared living space where you think there might be paranormal activity. Compare. If you've all written the same place,
it's over. It's done. You got to move.
Check for some sort of chemicals in that area that are tripping you out. The best ghost paranormal show is Ghost Hunters because they would debunk everything every time. And the one time they couldn't, that's interesting. But more often than not, they would say, okay, you think a haunting happens here? There's a vent right here. Do you have a basement? Let's go down. Oh, right on the other side of this vent is a fucking shelf with all your paint, bleach, and every bad thing. It's all right. You guys
it's
are
all right there.
high as hell.
Getting
right?
heated up and sent through the vents.
Yeah. So
it's a shame. Or I mean, it's a surprise they're still here alive talking to us. You should probably go to a doctor right now.
That's what
I
love.
Jake is currently at the ER, right, Jake?
I hope he is.
He's still up listening.
That was the coolest thing about it is those guys by day were Roto-Rooter guys, and they would show them the Roto-Rooter van and uniform, and then they would switch it to Ghost Hunters.
Nice.
And it was so they would go into everything with this whole no, we're used to going into houses and identifying problems. So that's why
good.
I liked
That's
it, right?
Good.
And so then I forgot where I brought that up. Why did I bring
activity,
up Ghost? Yeah, in the paranormal game. I'm almost there. Why did I bring it up? It's gone. Oh well.
Fuck.
I had it. And it's gone.
God damn it.
The show. So this really took place. There was a guy. He's the first guy. It was in Britain. It was 60s or 70s.
He's the first guy in Britain.
First guy to long-term, seriously, dedicate himself to audio recordings of poltergeist and paranormal activities and possessions. There was a family of a single mom and I think 2 daughters, and they were afflicted by this. And look, it's just audio. So you don't know, right? If you could see what was happening, you might be like, definitely bullshit. But so what this show did was the most authentic reenactments you could, where the actors all lip synced the audio recordings, the actual audio.
I think I've heard you say something about this before.
Probably because I love it. So it's as close as you can get to having a video there, because you have photos of these people. They did interviews on the news and stuff. It was national or international news. They really thought there was something there, and they had all kinds of paranormal experts come around. Actually, I think those what are the famous series of movies with the husband and wife, paranormal detectives or whatever? I forget what they're called. Yeah. So I think that's based on 2 people from this real life story. And it's awesome because when you're watching it, you forget that the actors aren't talking. And you remind yourself, oh shit, they're lip syncing to this audio recording from it's decades old, right? The guy who did all the recording invented the street sign kiosk. Now they're digital, right? You see a digital sign and it changes and it's advertising different stuff. He invented the analog version that would just rotate out different advertisements.
Okay.
So he's not, he's a smart guy, right? He's very switched on, I think. And he did it in the most practical way possible. Although it's possible that he was kind of lending, after a while, it was all right, dude, what are you getting out of this? You're just kind of lending to it now. You're keeping whatever's happening here alive, which probably isn't paranormal stuff. So even though I don't believe in it, it freaks me out. I get freaked out easily. I'll watch Paranormal Activity and be like, yeah, I mean.
Well, I agree.
Creepy.
It's that it is, I really enjoy it because it does creep me out. for me, like horror, like the shit that really gets me when it comes to the horror genre is less like the slasher stuff and more like that weird ass bullshit you can't really explain. Because it's more visceral, you know. Like I've never been in an experience where like Michael Myers is trying to kill me. Oh, I mean, I've had some experiences where I've been almost killed before by people, but you know that's a different story for a different day. But like you know, I've had experiences where I'm walking through like a hotel hallway at 2 a.m. and like the lights are flickering and it's kind of weird, you know. Like, and that's the thing is that the horror movies that pluck on that string, you know, it's more visceral because it taps into something you felt before.
Yeah. I mean, so here's how I see it going down.
What is it?
The situation where I see a ghost for real.
Okay.
So I'm walking around beforehand thinking, fuck that. I'm not putting up with ghosts. I'm not going to be haunted. I won't tolerate
It's
it.
not going to happen. I refuse.
Then I see one and I immediately freeze up and lose my shit. 2 seconds later, I'm back to fuck this.
Get out of here, ghost.
Because it's annoying. Because look, I have to get up and go to work tomorrow. I have bills to fucking pay. One health crisis, I'm done for. Just like most of America.
I got at least 3 health crises.
Fuck this ghost. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, I disagree. I'm gonna say, just out there, any ghosts watching, I will make a deal with a ghost. All right, if you're a ghost and you're watching this, you know, someone else out there, if you're haunting someone else's house or hanging out there, you don't have to be haunting. I don't necessarily agree with this negative language. Just because a ghost is hanging out doesn't mean it's a haunting, you know. But if you want to make a deal with me, you give me some sort of information, right? Something that gives me an advantage of the world. You know, you're a ghost. You could have that. I'll do something for you. You want to get revenge on some fucker that bullied you in middle school? I will give them a wedgie for you. I will track them down. I will give them a wedgie just for you. But you got to give me something too. Okay, this is a deal. I'm proposing a deal. All right. If we got a ghost out there listening to this, feel free. Come to my location. You know, send me a message. I'll let you know where to go. And let's get this done because I am sick and tired of dealing with these humans. I want to talk to some ghosts. All right.
Well,
Jake, are you in the ER yet?
The ghosts were, yeah, you should be live streaming this, dude. The ghosts were human. So I would just start reasoning with them like, dude, seriously, you can't catch me on my lunch break? Fuck you, man.
You don't have to be mean. They're trying to interact.
Would you have appreciated this when you were alive? Some dead dude showing up when you're trying to go to bed? Fuck out, devil's hour. Get out of here.
Devil's hour? I'm trying to get some sleep here. Christ.
But I look, just for all the new viewers, there really was. It was on fucking camera.
This is some total bullshit.
Nope. You can see me
react to something that we cannot see. We can see you go like, "Whoa, man."
Maybe
that's totally proof.
Maybe it wasn't a haunting, but you can see a look on my face seeing something that I can't explain.
I can explain it.
No, but I mean, in the moment, for 2 seconds, I was like, something just happened. And you can see me reacting to it in a way that and it was weird for me to go back and watch it because I'm like, oh, that's what I look like during a haunting. Yeah,
so now you know what you look like off guard.
Same face, just without the screaming. Yeah. If I suddenly started like, I would be so ashamed.
Involuntarily, yeah. The closest I ever got to a ghost was I was at this gathering. It was a social gathering of some kind.
Society?
Well, no.
Were there black robes?
No,
Candles?
no robes.
Were you in the woods?
No. We were in we were in the suburbs, which is arguably worse.
Well, like a mall?
No. And so it was a social gathering at someone's house. And I went to the bathroom, and immediately after I got out of the bathroom, there's a line, people waiting to go, So it's kind of awkward when you're shitting. I'm shitting here and there's like a bunch of people with their face to the door. They can probably hear me shitting, but I don't want to think about that. But anyway, so I'm in the bathroom. I leave the bathroom, right? Someone goes in behind me, like 5 seconds. They scream. They see a ghost in the mirror or some shit. That's the closest.
This is real?
Well, this is a story that happened to me. But
Wow.
so then I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on? You know, immediately I'm worried. Like, did I forget to flush? Did I leave shit in the pot? Like, what? Like, it was a clog that I didn't check. I was nervous. You know, I was like, oh shit, you don't want to hear someone screaming when they go in the bathroom when you got out. Like, that's not good. So they run out and like they're screaming. There's a ghost in the mirror. I saw a ghost or whatever. I'm like, are you kidding me? I got pissed. I'm like, what? I just missed this ghost. I was in there shitting for like 10 minutes and I missed the ghost. Are you fucking kidding me?
My
That's the
grandmother,
closest I've ever gotten to a ghost.
my grandmother was a very, very down to earth person. And she would tell us stories about seeing a ghost, like the same one. And so, I was like, she passed away, and there's big funeral, all kinds of people back at her house afterward for the reception, and like family and all kinds of people, and they had this photo slideshow going of her whole life, and she was in her 90s, so this is like a lot. And I was looking at all these photos thinking, if somebody's connected somehow to the beyond, could there not be proof in these photos? So then I like turned to my cousin and was like, you remember those stories she would tell about the guy with the green jacket? And he was like, yeah, dude, it's creepy. It sounded so real. And I was like, do you think he could pop up in any of these photos? And he was like, stop. I was like, I'm a pretty good storyteller. So I kept saying like, dude, we should just sit here watching for it, right? And he was like all freaked out. But if I had the time, go back to those photos. She used to say, she said, yes, sometimes I'm about to take a nap, or I wake up from a nap, or I'm just sitting down to have tea, and he's standing right there in the dining room doorway.
Tell me more about this green jacket. I need more information. This is good.
So one time she described it, and I said, what, like a leprechaun? And she was like, no. And I was like, oh, okay. That sounded like a great reply. If she had been like, yeah, sort of like a leprechaun, I'd be like, what are you putting in your tea? But instead she was like, no, it would be ridiculous. So it's a guy in a green jacket and green pants. Sounded, I always thought of it like a service worker. You know what I mean? Like heating and air guy or gas guy. I don't
Sure.
know. And then I started to get worried because like somebody could have come in her back door, more than one. Somebody could have come in and just been in the house, but that wasn't happening. And there was so much family coming in and out of the house. It was like Disneyland. I lived a block away for a long time. I mean, my whole family, we would always be there. You could just, people would come over and there'd be like a party going on. Like people are just in the dining room macking out. And it's like, what's going on in here?
Yeah.
It's like, we're just having a great time.
What's going on in here? It's Tuesday. Come on in.
So, but she would spend a lot of time alone, like during the day, Monday through Friday, because everyone's at work and she's just watching her stories or whatever.
Grandma's got to watch her stories.
Yeah. And like she knew who Ice-T was.
Oh, that's great.
Because she would watch that.
Show. Yep,
yeah. One time she said, oh, I've seen this one. Ice-T figures it out. And I'm like, okay. You know who Ice-T is?
All right,
really cool. So fuck the police or whatever. But so I she goes, and I'll sit down or I'll wake up. And I was like, well, if you're coming out of a dream state or you're about to go to sleep, you could already be asleep. You don't know. But she said, sometimes I'll just sit down, I'll look over and he's there. And he's just smiling and waving. And I say, oh, hello. And then he's gone. That's it. So what does
gone mean? Like he walks away or fades out of existence?
Not there, just gone. I could never get her to like give details. She was like, he's there and then he's not.
So okay, that's the thing with these. I don't want to insult the precious Mima here, but that's the thing about these bitches that are saying all these ghost stories. All right, there's always like, you got this ghost story. Give us all the fucking details. Okay, so there's this guy with a green jacket hanging out in the corner of your room. Did he walk away? Where did he go? Oh, I don't remember. You don't remember? You remember the guy in the green jacket in the corner of your bedroom. You don't remember where he went? You'd think, oh, I'm seeing this ghost in the corner of my room. Let me, I don't know, keep my eyes on them, see what they do next. Nah, they always forget, or I don't know, or they always, it's the trickle of information here.
My grandmother was like one of 9 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And always and they didn't have tons of money growing up. And like her sisters either became nuns or nurses. You know what I mean? And I always feel like somehow her upbringing and her life led her. She never got her driver's license, by the way. But I always felt like it led her to the point where she could see a ghost and just be like, not hurting, fuck it. Like very practical way of looking at it. Like, well, it's no big deal.
No, it's just a ghost. Well, I just want to reiterate to all the ghosts out there. Let's make a deal. I'm not like, okay, I will be honest. If you show up out of nowhere, you're going to freak me out. It's a freebie. It's a free pass. You get one. Okay. You freak me out. That's fine. It's all good. All right. Don't freak me out too hard. Don't have like a floating knife, next to my face, just chill a little bit with that.
Don't whisper in my ear during the devil's hour.
You can whisper, just don't have it be during the devil's hour. Yeah. Like 5:30 in the morning. That's totally fine. Okay. No worries. Let's make a deal. You scare me. That's good. We'll have a laugh. We'll set it up. All right. Just out there. Any ghosts.
What if the ghost got your name wrong? What if they were like, Andrea? You'd be like, okay, dude.
Oh, that's like 40% of people I talk to. So,
which is annoying. But so this is funny because this all leads right up to a little plug. Starting in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be back on Friday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern reading my latest novella, which is my take on a ghost story. And I try to analyze all aspects of it from very practical viewpoint.
Excellent.
Yeah, multiple viewpoints. So tune into that. If I read my amateur writing on the story or on the live streams, it's called Storytime Hangout. I might not be the best writer. I might be a better storyteller than a writer, but people tune in.
I might not be the best writer, but I'm certainly one of the best readers. So show on up, check it out. Fridays.
Yeah. And so anyway, yes, FG Fridays are back. So, or they will be. So anyway, sort of nurturing this conversation just so that get all this.
Is this your exit strategy?
No, I just want people to be thinking about ghosts pre-Halloween because and then it leads up to my Halloween story, which only Andrea has read. The only other person on the planet besides me. Oh, actually, I did read it to a friend of mine. He loved it. It's a guy I grew up with. And he was like, dude, this is totally you, man. He what?
Did he say he was ableist? Like, that one scene where you totally just make fun of that guy in the wheelchair for being a fucking wheelchair-looking motherfucker. That one scene where, like, you take that guy's crutches and then beat him to death with it and then say, hey, crutchy.
I wouldn't say it's not like South Park, like how you're describing it. Crutchy, but it's called Pumpkin Guts. So I'm gonna read that whole thing in one sitting because it's not that long. But my next novella will be 3 parts, maybe 4. I think 3. But yeah, but Andrea read Pumpkin Guts. I was really worried. I still kind of am, but
no,
it's supposed to.
We were way too worried.
Oh, okay, good.
I mean, I've said the most offensive shit I've said on this show. I think in this episode, I mean, like, we're making fun of indigenous people, ableism. Like, I mean, I was hitting all the bangers tonight. So, doing the greatest hits.
Yeah, and what's that line people say? Like, I don't subscribe to all the comments that are made. What is that thing people say all the time?
Retweets are not endorsements.
Right. Co-host comments are not endorsements.
Yeah. So,
but also lighten up.
God damn, I haven't yelled at one of the. I was a little nervous earlier. I hope I didn't alienate anybody in the audience. You know, I mean,
it's like someone in my chat said, if they've been hanging out this whole time, they're probably still watching.
I hope so. You know.
Well, and
You know,
hey,
I don't mind doing that to my viewers, but maybe I shouldn't do that to Jake's viewers. You know, it's not.
If a viewer made Andrea nervous about her comments, okay, this is a development. Unlike
I'm nervous.
we've seen before.
I'm nervous in the sense I don't want Jake or Sandy to get mad at me for screaming at their viewers. I don't give a shit about the viewers. They can go fuck themselves. I don't give a fuck.
I'm just saying, if they made you feel, that's good.
No, I do. I feel sometimes. I try not to. That's why I drink so much beer.
Fuck.
That's going to be the name of the sequel. In front of a pastor. Yeah, that's true. Well, you know, I could have gone into that, but I chose not to.
How funny would it be? Somebody was just talking about goats. How funny would it be if you were trying to like summon ghost and you're like, not goats, we said ghost. Like a bunch of goats walk into the room. That would be fucking hilarious.
Would be good. That's good.
If you're like, all the ghosts that are here, please show yourself. And it's like, and all these goats come in.
Again?
And then like a shepherd comes in. He's like, sorry, guys, the door was open. Come on, get out of here. You fucking goats. I guess that would be sheep.
And then it's like, wait a second. Who opened the door?
Oh, ghost shepherd.
And then the camera does like a quick pan over and there's a ghost. It's the guy in the green jacket.
And he's like, hi, bink. I'm out. They owned that. I'm pretty sure they were the first people to own that house. I could be wrong about that. You know, so they bought that house for like $15,000. This is a 2-story house with a pool, basement.
Yep.
Fucking sweet ass neighborhood. Cal Ripken lives in that neighborhood now.
Whoever that is.
Never caught wind of that name.
Ripken? I've heard the name, I guess. Is it sports?
Yes. Baseball.
Baseball.
Baltimore Orioles. At one time, I don't know if this is still. I don't know if this is still true, but at one time he held the record for most consecutive games played.
Okay.
People are always saying, I don't think he should have been in every game. I think he hurt him more often than not. Okay, what?
Yeah, well, it's possible.
I think now he's the owner.
Interesting.
Or, man, I don't know. I don't follow it. But he lives in my old neighborhood.
You ever just swing by? Hey, Cal, how's it going?
I was there. Yeah, you know what was cooler was I lived in the same town as the Mork and Mindy house.
Really?
Did you ever watch Mork and Mindy?
No.
They showed this house at the beginning from the outside, and that house was right off the Pearl Street Mall. And Mindy worked at a record store on the Pearl Street Mall. So every time I have family in town, I would drive by and be like, hey, Mork and Mindy house. And they go, oh my God.
Yeah. You know what else is cooler? Dragon Ball Z, The Return of Cooler. Yeah.
Oh my God. My students love that stuff.
Yeah. That's great.
They love that stuff.
Oh, it's amazing. It's so good.
So I'm going to do this project. I'm trying to hone in on like a well-known, beloved anime character.
I got plenty.
But like this age group, and like the hope is
what
they all
age group?
get it. 12 to 15.
All right. I got one.
What?
Gohan. Let's go. Dragon Ball Z. Gohan. 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 It's the best anime character of all time.
Okay, cool. So what I want to do is print it out. Full
this guy
like,
right here.
action shot or something, right? Okay. Right, yep, I got it. Black hair.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So why don't? Oh, and there's like a kid version. What is
Yep.
that?
His peak moment is when he's 11 years old. That's the best moment in all of anime history. Is when he's 11. So it's perfect.
Oh yeah, cool. Okay, it's like a Shazam thing happening there. Okay, so what I want to do is print it out on like here. I think I can give you an example. I want to print the whole thing out so that different segments of him are on like an 11 by 17 piece of paper, and then break that into like 12 or 20 different pieces of paper, have the kids color each one
Okay.
like this.
Excellent. Okay. I
Cool,
like it.
right?
That's good.
So then they'll make this huge piece and they each color their own part. Different, some.
I like that. Like there's some crossover, but then not all of them cross over.
Yeah. Yeah. So some
All right.
paint, some pencil.
Can we
that kind of
put
stuff.
up a message by 0PE? Because this guy's shitting on the Saiyaman arc, and I can't have that. You can't shit on the great Saiyaman. Okay, it's just not going to happen. All right. Like, we can all agree Gohan peaks when he's 11. Rough stuff. But the Saiyaman arc is the best part of the show. Let's just be honest here. Come on. The great... You don't know what we're talking about because you're illiterate, Letterhack, but the great Saiyaman is amazing.
I'm not
We're talking
illiterate.
about Gohan. We're talking about Gohan, Jake, not Goku. We're not talking about Goku. No one said Goku. 0PE, I'm going to slap you in the face, okay? I will. I will enact physical violence on you. If you tell me one more time that Saiyaman is weird, are you fucking... Is this a joke? What do you mean it's weird? It's amazing. It's high quality. It's extremely high quality.
Please go off.
Oh, I'm already off. I've already been off, actually. Now I'm back on.
Probably gonna call him a whore or something over anime.
Yeah, fuck you, whore. Bitch.
She doesn't mean it.
Oh, I mean it. No. I didn't mean... Well, I did mean
Now
it
you know
earlier,
she
too.
definitely doesn't mean it.
Well, I definitely mean it. If you're shitting on the great Saiyaman, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. First of all, you have a bad sense of humor. You're just dumb. Like you're not that funny. You've never been funny in your life. You never will be funny. 2, you have a low IQ. You don't understand high quality humor. The whole Saiyaman arc is making fun of Western superhero comics. He's just making fun of them for being dumb and silly. That's the whole point. That's why it's funny. Hello.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Ironclad argument.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, 0PE, we all wanted things from Gohan after he beat Cell, and we didn't get them. So, just be thankful we got the great Saiyaman, motherfucker. Could be worse.
Oh, I was actually gonna look up questions to ask you.
You're gonna look them up? What does that
I
mean?
have a
You're just gonna
going
go to
list.
like, what should I ask Andrea.com? And then there's just a list. You have a list? You have like a book you keep with a pencil?
Okay, number 1, should we have term limits for Congress members?
So I got... Okay, give me the follow-up.
Should we have age limits for Congress
I'm
members?
going to say no on age limits. And I would put the youngest age at 16. I would put the youngest voting age and eligibility for Congress at 16. And there would be no top limit.
Maybe voting age, but like...
Eligibility for Congress, 16. It's all the
I
same
think you're
for me.
thinking of a bunch of cool 16-year-olds that are going to be too cool to run for office.
No. I'm thinking of a bunch of dumb motherfuckers that are going to make a lot of really bad mistakes and be really fun to make fun of. Okay.
Chaos. I'm in.
So whether or not I think
Can't
there
be
should
any
be
worse
term
than it is
limits,
now.
I don't think that there should be term limits. However, similarly, this is my response. Instead of term limits, I would want, instead of having midterm elections where all the votes happen at the same time, right? That's the easiest way to do it, but we have technology now, so we can do something else. What we should do is if you get elected to Congress, you're there forever until you're recalled. and you can be recalled at any time. And when you're recalled, then you have to do another election. So like instead of having 2 years of a term, you can get recalled in 10 minutes. You make a bad vote, your whole entire district wants to fuck you over, recall that bitch. That would be my solution. So instead of having every 2-year elections, I would just have infinite recalls, and then, you know, you can do a snap election at any time in the district.
Look at this arc.
Oh, hell no. Okay, maybe. I'll lean in.
That's good. Very convincing in a short period of time. One time somebody argued, and this was a call-in show, somebody argued that we should not have term limits because we wouldn't have Bernie Sanders. And I was like, okay, hold on. I'm not the guy who says, but what has Bernie gotten done? But what has Bernie gotten done? And could he maybe have been in the way of somebody younger and even more progressive or more socialist or whatever?
I love Bernie Sanders as much as the next guy, but if you're telling me we throw him off the ship to get rid of the rest of them, sorry, Bernie, get another job, buddy.
Yeah, like how long why are these people in office well past retirement age? I don't get it. Like, just for your own sake, enjoy it. And don't tell me there isn't another person that Bernie Sanders has inspired lots of people to run for office. Nobody in his area? Come on.
He'll be fine. There's plenty of people that would replace him.
Oh, no term limits, only age limits.
I don't agree with age limits because I believe that the age ceiling is going to increase dramatically in the next 10 years. So I wouldn't put any age limits on a chronological number.
What would the age limit be?
What do you mean? For Congress? Well, I mean, I don't agree with any.
But if people who entertain this notion, have you ever heard them say what the limit would be?
I don't know. I've heard people say 70 or 80, but I personally believe that I personally believe that I will live over 100 years old personally. But I think the first person who's going to live until 500 has already been born and they're alive today. So I don't agree with the idea of putting a age limit on anything. I would rather have cognitive testing.
Coming up on 50, I feel like I'm hitting my prime. Now, here's the thing. I felt like that at 42, so I think that's fun.
At 40, comma 2 or 42?
At
Those
40,
are very different.
40 years old, I was like, oh, shit, this is the best. And
then when you hit 42, you realized it was all over?
At 45, I was like, oh, aging. Yikes. And now at 50, I'm like, I've got a hold of it. The last 5 years, a little rough. I figured it out. I feel everything is right where it should be. But cognitive testing, okay. Mandatory or something triggers it? Because again, if it's mandatory, what age do you do that?
Mandatory. All ages.
60, 65, 70,
16,
75.
12.
They don't even make you take a fucking driver's test again. You take that driver's test at 18. That might have been the 50s. And then you're still driving all this time later and no new test? Yikes.
Yeah, my thing is you should have to take a test and get a certain score, and you should have like 3 different doctors or something. Like, you know, you can't just do one doctor and pay them off. And that you should have to do all of that before you're even eligible to run for any office. And how often it should be done is like every 6 months. It's not hard to get a cognitive test. It's like maybe a couple hours maximum, absolute maximum. If you're getting some crazy ass test, it's a couple hours maximum. Like it should be a lot more common than it is.
Yeah, I just think it's funny asking the president who the current president is, you know. They're like, I look at him like,
let me really, it's a trick question, right? Because if they say themselves, most people saying that, they're having a concussion, right? So, you know, you got to really think about it.
Do you mean who I think it should be? So, okay. So let's say you're Glitch McConnell and you have that moment where everyone's like, we're going to need to take a second, folks. And it happens a couple of times. And it's like his hands are blue or his tongue was black or whatever it was. Immediate cognitive test. But apparently they did that. And the doctors are like, there's nothing wrong with him.
That's why you need multiple doctors. Yep.
Don't gaslight us. We just saw this shit. Okay, so multiple doctors.
Public. If you're in office already, right? If you're running for office, have it be private because most people running for office aren't going to win, right? But if you are in office currently, personally, I believe every elected member of anything should have body cameras 24/7 live streamed. That's what I think. If you're a member of Congress, body camera 24/7 live stream. If it goes off for any reason, you immediately lose your job. That's my opinion. Maybe that's a little too far. It's possible.
I don't know.
23 hours. I'll give you an hour. Maybe, if you want to go do some freaky shit, do some drugs, go fuck someone, I'll give you 1 hour, maybe 1 hour a week. You can go do that. Turn the body camera off. That's my compromise.
Speaking of body cameras, do you want to see a cool TikTok?
Oh, here we go again. Let's go.
Okay, hold on. Let me cue it up. God damn it. My scroll on my mouse is really not letting me. Okay, now. Somebody put a camera on their cat.
Oh, yes. I've seen these videos. I don't know about this one, but.
Shoot. It's called cat.shadow.tracker. And I want to find the one I was watching earlier. Okay, so it's like chasing another cat. If this is the right one. I don't know where this is, but this cat is like, they're badasses, right? Like, this is some fun shit. This has 3.6 million views. I don't think there's any music, so I'm going to leave the volume on. My fear is that one day you're going to be watching this and the cat gets hit or something bad happens. But why would they put that on TikTok?
Yeah, unless it's a live stream, I think you'll be fine.
Okay, ready?
I'm in.
So it sees another cat, right? This is so fun. Fuck video games.
Holy fuck.
Look at his little feet.
This is insane. They're going in circles. These motherfuckers are faster than the car.
Look at that. He loses him for a second too, and he's like, wait, look. He's like, where the fuck
little shortcut there.
Where did he go? He's like, where is he? Wait.
Oh, there he is.
He's like, hold on. Let me jump over this moped real quick.
Oh, gotta jump over, of course.
I got him.
Yep, there he is.
You can hear he's like, when he sees him.
Yeah.
Like,
but why is he chasing this fucker? Like, what happened?
It's another cat.
What's the backstory?
Territorial.
Holy fuck. Is this like an apartment complex or something? Like, don't a lot of cats live here? Like,
is this Japan?
I don't know.
Look. He hears people. Listen to him.
That's good.
That's like good. The coolest thing you could fucking do. You want to watch another one?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
Oh. I don't know what that music is. Gotta mute it. I liked it better when you could hear the cat going. Because cats make some crazy noises instinctively. Like
absolutely.
And this feels like he's just out, like hunting, right?
Yeah, it's just a nice stroll.
And like some of these like grass areas, you can tell the cat, like they're well tread. Like they're always going the same path. So he could tell if something smells different there, maybe.
Yep.
Look at that. It's so cool. I'm so grateful that they sped it up, but also the cat's like running. I mean, this cat has seen stuff around these apartment complexes that the people have never noticed. It's a whole different landscape to the cat.
Well, yeah, just you're that close to the ground. You're just going to be seeing different shit.
And like the amount of territory that he covers in such a small period of time is like, you don't have security systems that can do this.
It's
like,
also, it's interesting watching something navigate our world as if we are aliens. Like, what are all these weird machines everywhere that are just like, you can barely squeeze underneath,
He's like trying to avoid humans at the same time.
Yeah.
Like it's not in high traffic areas.
No.
It'd be funny if because we were saying performers, like that pops up now.
Wait, is this a cat performer?
No, but like just algorithm stuff. Because do I follow this account? I'm not sure I follow this account.
So we got, who are you following over there?
Brittany Page, the Letterhack's brother, Coconut Island, Jeff Waldorf. Who else? Oh, the Annie Fitzgerald, Sassy Snicks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these are,
Okay.
my follow backs.
All right. So they follow you? Is that one
Oh,
DM
yeah.
you got up there?
One notification is probably a like.
You want to open that up for us? See who's
Probably.
messaging you?
Probably a like.
Oh, just behind the scenes. This is what it's like in the world of the Letterhack, This is like the camera on the cat, Now we're getting Pav of the Letterhack watching TikTok, This is premium stuff here.
Look at the comments. Why does he have so much hatred in his heart? This cat is just out here tearing up the streets. That's El Chapo the cat. Why does this cat always want the smoke?
That's a great question.
Look at him. Oh, I love listening to its like little feet.
It's amazing. Yeah, this is really good stuff.
This
is premium content, by the way. So like we're at the point in Left Fast 10 where we're watching TikToks. Oh, there's another cat.
Yeah, so now he's like, I will kill you.
Or we'll be best friends, depending on how you answer this question.
Oh. Are they gonna fight? Oh.
Now this motherfucker's on the run.
Anyway. Yeah, I love this shit. This is cool. So this and those boats out at sea.
Oh, you got to watch the boats. Yep.
Those are crazy because they make noises that you're just like, is that real? Man, this guy's been doing this for a while. Oh, look at the cat being groomed.
Oh, yeah. You got to clean up the cat after all the prowling.
I don't think I've ever heard a cat out of breath.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
Is this Europe? I love when he gets to a spot where he's like, okay, hold on. We sniff around here. Wait a minute. Somebody just knocked down these bushes. Hold on.
What the fuck happened here?
It's like, I think I smell cat.
Oh, these
guys
again.
The other day, my neighbor was like, he's got like a doorbell cam, I guess, that like dings his phone when something's on his porch. And he's like, man, every night at 2 a.m., there's this gray cat that runs across my porch. And then like around 4:30 a.m., there's a black cat that runs across my porch. And I was like, that's funny that they just keep following each other around.
Several hours delayed. They have their
Why
own.
isn't the black cat waiting for the gray cat around 2 a.m.? You know what I mean? Like, just hang out on that porch. Oh.
Here we go.
Come out and play. Oh, that's like old movie. Oh, he is ready to tear it up.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's the cat is just like, I'm gonna kill anybody I see. Just so you know, I have a gun.
Wants to be
I
my
have a
friend.
gun. Yeah, I mean, I lived in a house with a cat from kitten to like its whole life. But there was a period of time where that cat lived in Colorado before I moved there. So we lived together in Maryland. It moved to Colorado. 2 years later, I moved to Colorado. And the cat was like, oh, hey, guess what? I live outside now. I terrorized the shit out of every other cat in this area. I own this place. And I was like getting reacquainted with the cat. And the cat would like seriously tear up other cats and then walk over to me and like nuzzle and be like, "Hey, buddy," and I'm like, "You're a bloodthirsty maniac."
Well, they're doing it for you. They want to impress you.
Yeah. Yeah, that is what oh yeah, the Warriors. That's what that have you ever seen the Warriors where they're like,
Oh, yeah.
come out and play?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that was it.
Yep.
It's funny as shit. Okay, well, it is 1:40 a.m. on the East Coast. We've been on air for 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Any regrets?
Was that a question for me?
Yeah.
No.
And the viewers.
No, I have both eyes. My reputation, I'm fine.
Yeah. Unlike someone.
I haven't checked Twitter to see if Ben DM'd me regrets.
Ben has already unfollowed all of us. Told us, hey, there's no association. You know. Can't really say I blame him either.
I just randomly saw a tweet from the Vanguard that says revolution is when you like and subscribe.
Yeah, that's true though. That's correct.
Anyway, good Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday, which is the day before Friday.
Don't remind me.
Are you going to live stream the CNN interview with Dana Fash?
I'm taking a little break from doing my own stuff. You know, I don't know when I'll be back. Hopefully sometime next month.
Freaked out, man.
Holy fuck.
Okay, look. If you stream this on your channel without any of your own content, YouTube considers it trying to duplicate things for monetization.
I read you say that and I disagree.
No, it's real. It's happened. And
I disagree that it matters.
People you know. No, well, I won't monetize mine.
Yeah, I don't monetize mine either.
Oh, well, then I will monetize mine.
Well, then I will monetize mine.
Well, then I won't.
Yeah, exactly.
You only want me to think the poison's in that cup.
No, the poison's in that cup.
That guy, I love that guy. He is in a really boring movie that everyone loves called Dinner with Andre. And I've watched this movie and I'm like, why do people like this? But I'll tell you this. Here's what I think hit me right away. And I bring it up to people that love it and they're like, oh yeah. And I'm like, no, that's the awesome part of the movie that you're all just sort of like not paying attention to. It's two people having a conversation. It's really one guy doing a lot of talking, the other guy going, mm-hmm. And it's that guy from Princess Bride with the, you only want me to think it's that guy. And yeah, see, Jake says, my dinner with Andre, and it's delightful. Not really. Here's what I think is cool about it. They're in a restaurant, and it's everything's going on. People are serving. It's very real time feeling. Actors interacting, having dinner. They're being served. They're paying bills. All this stuff is happening. They're eating. And that all feels very, very real. It's super, super cool to me. The way all the extras are carrying the weight of the movie. And I bring that up to people who are fans of the movie and they're like, oh yeah, that is neat. And I'm like, it's not neat. That's the best part of the movie.
Yeah, it's like that fucking scene in Goodfellas.
Yeah. Yeah. When they're like, this is Tommy 2 times. He always says things 2 times. Oh, I'm going to go get the papers. Get the papers. That guy. Tommy 2 times or whatever his name was. Is that the scene? When they're going around introducing everyone at the beginning?
Yep. And then there's the smoke clouds everywhere. It's really good. It's really good.
I thought for a minute you meant maybe the scene where they were saying, you know, What am I?
Oh, there's
Muse you?
lots of those like long hook shots. The pans.
Yeah, my favorite part of Goodfellas, I don't know why. I've always loved the scene where De Niro's getting pissed off at everyone for spending the money from the heist.
Oh yeah, because
he's like, "Look at this car. Do you love that car? I just bought that car." And he's like, "What are you fucking stupid?"
Yeah,
How'd
I
you do
agree
that?
with De Niro. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck are you people doing? I don't want to get this fucking heat because of your dumb ass. Like, yeah, I
And
agree
then
completely.
he's like taking the coat off the lady. He's like, "Take it back." Oh man, it's so good.
It's really good.
I just really love that.
And then he kills
Wallace
them all.
Shawn. Wallace Shawn is the actor's name. Thank you, Swarm of Rats. We are consistently 65 plus viewers. I have a question about YouTube. Why is it that you see, like, we're watching, oh, I have on my channel 38 views, people watching, but then as soon as I go off air, YouTube Studio will report, hey, 200 people tuned in.
That's total views.
Yeah, why didn't you put that
versus
number up?
people that clicked. You know,
Put that number up.
well, yeah, you want the number that makes you look cooler.
Yeah.
Like when fucking Elon and Trump did that space, and then Elon was like, "We have," or Trump was like, "We have," like, what did he say? Like, we had 6 billion views or something.
They're dumb. I wouldn't go bragging. Here's why I want that. I want that number visible, so anybody passing by is like, "Oh shit, this is worth watching."
Oh yeah,
because
everyone else is watching this. So.
I'm not just lying about. It's ridiculous.
Oh man.
Yeah. So, what do you got going? We are streaming to other people's channels right now. I mean, maybe for their sake, we wrap it up.
Maybe. I'm getting into my comfy zone.
I'm
about to finish my 3rd beer, so I'm getting comfy.
That's what John from San Antonio does. If we're on late, he just starts to like slouch. It's really cool. My thing is, I forgot. Sorry.
It was your thing. You forgot your thing? This is your thing. I was
about to say something and then
you don't even know your own thing? You don't know.
I got distracted by slouch.
It's your thing. It's not my thing.
Yeah, I just think it's funny that people watch this. So I'm like inclined to keep going with nothing. Like I ran out of shit literally hours ago. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually really hilarious that people watch this.
I'm going to be on. I've been saying this for a while. It's going to happen. I am going to be on a local podcast. It's a lefty podcast in Greenwood, South Carolina, where I live. I can't wait.
You're just, posting your address live on stream.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a safe place. Like you could be in the nicest neighborhood down here and be in danger.
That's how I felt in North Carolina.
Everyone down here is like, no, by all means, pull into my driveway. It's not cool, man.
One of the people that I used to reside with when I lived in North Carolina was a delivery driver for a pizza company. And they told me that at one point they were delivering a pizza and saw like a grenade launcher in someone's living room right behind their door.
We had my favorite pub in Longmont, Colorado, where I lived for a long time. We would all sit out on the patio, bunch of mature, responsible stoners having beers and eating food. And then we would all go, there he goes. And the one dude who marched up and down Main Street once a day in all camo with his AR-15 and Glock and like ammo strapped around it. We're like, there he is. I wonder if today's the day. What the fuck is he doing? We're all just like, what the fuck, man? Like, when
It's
is he gonna
amazing.
unload and just go psycho? And we would all just watch him. Like, we're just sitting over here minding our business, having a great time, and that guy is pissed off at liberals and I'm gonna carry my guns and weapons. And, it's like Jesus, and all the camo, and he's like walking down Main Street.
Yeah.
Like, there's no bushes to hide in. Why are you wearing camo? You're just trying to freak us out.
Well, that's why he's doing it when no one else is around, He's just getting his LARP out,
I used to say, I don't know, maybe he's trying to protect us from a threat, but then they'd be like, what threat?
That's true.
He just wants to be the good guy with the gun, like random. Yeah, just like I'll walk up and down Main Street once a day.
Just in case,
Take about an hour and a half, and then maybe that'll be the time where where a bad guy with a gun shows up, and I could take him down.
Yeah,
like with a lot of rounds.
Yeah,
and maybe people in the crossfire. Who knows? They fantasize that we live in a world where this shit goes down, and it's just not. It doesn't have to be that way.
Speaking of these kinds of characters, I watched all of the Rambo films recently. I'd never seen the more recent ones. I've only ever seen the first one. And I think I've seen parts of the second one. I don't know, but I watched all of them in like a couple days last week, and I was surprised at how woke the first one is. Where the cops are the bad guys. Like, whoa, man, it's pretty good. And then Rambo 3, is pretty good. Rambo 2, I thought was excellent. But I have to give a big shout out to like Rambo 4 because like that shit was crazy, man.
Now, was that Rambo just called John Rambo or something?
Yeah, just Rambo.
That's the one where he's in Myanmar?
Yep. That one was crazy. I wouldn't say it's the best one, but as far as like the violence on that shit, I was impressed.
There's one scene where he is on top of it's hardcore throughout, but he's on top of a cliff with this massive gun. He's just like fucking shit up, and the whole cliff like falls. And I was like, that was well written, well performed, awesome. Do you know the character, the Punisher?
I've heard the character. Yeah, it's a comic
book character. Now look, I hate AI. Everyone knows I fucking hate AI so much. And I always like, you can mark AI as like, this made me uncomfortable. This post made me uncomfortable. Excellent. And shit like that. I love doing that. But I want to show you, I'm pretty sure this is AI. I really don't like it. But since we're on this topic, and I showed this to my brother, and I was like, I don't like AI, but this would have been fucking cool. So first of all,
I watched this AI music video of Chester Bennington singing the Pokemon song. It's pretty good.
Oh, so here's the character. Okay, got it.
So this is real?
This is an actual comic book. Yeah,
okay.
I have that one.
Oh yeah, I have that one. Yeah.
So I'm not sweating it. And then I saw this the other day. I think that would have been great if they had done that in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, it did Judge Dredd. He did those kind of corny movies. That
would have been so good. Anyway, that's enough of that because it probably is AI. It could be Photoshop. I doubt it.
No.
But okay, so that Rambo, very good. So that's the one where he takes the missionaries into Myanmar, and he's like, "You people should not be in there." And then, of course, they go in there, and he's like sharpening his machete, right? And he's like, "It's the whole they pulled me back in thing."
Oh yeah.
And he's like admitting to himself and them that he's not right.
Oh yeah,
he belongs in that setting where he's supposed to do this kind of stuff. And
did you see Last Blood, Rambo, the 5th one?
Yeah, the Western one where he has a ranch.
Yep.
Least favorite.
Is it my least favorite? Yes, but it's still pretty good. I love the Home Alone type bullshit where like he brings people into his like house full of traps. I like it's just
He's
Home
just
Alone plus
prepared.
Rambo
He's
is really
prepared.
good. It's
He's
really
like,
good.
somebody is gonna fuck with me,
Oh yeah, it's good. It's good
and
stuff.
that will be their last mistake.
And it's also, I just love old Sylvester Stallone beating the shit out of people. Like young Sylvester Stallone doing it's pretty cool, but like the old version just beating the shit out of people, it's
Well,
good
so
spot.
the one right before that though was perfect because at the end he picks up where the very first movie began, where he's
No, that was the fifth
walking to
one.
his.
Yep, that was the end of the fifth one, the last
I
one.
thought that was the end of the fourth one.
No, the end of the fourth one is like the hopeful. I just watched these last week, but it's the hopeful. He's going back to his home and he walks toward the ranch. And then the fifth one picks up at the ranch 12 years
ranch.
later or whatever. And it ends with him being a drifter in the first movie.
I
again.
want to watch them all straight through.
Yeah, I watched them. Literally, it was like I watched like the first two, and then I woke up the next morning and watched 3, 4, and 5. So
That first one with Brian Dennehy as the cop. Phew.
the fact that the cops were the bad guys, I mean, like when I watched Rambo as a kid, I never picked up on that detail. Like, oh yeah, the cops are straight up evil, and
He was just passing through.
Yep.
What did he do? They're like,
Yeah,
you're a
it's pretty good
drifter.
stuff. But that's how cops are. Yeah, they'll like just harass homeless people.
Cauterizing the wound with the knife.
There's this one part
That's
in Rambo
pretty-
3 where he blows up gunpowder to cauterize his wound.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
god.
awesome.
I was thinking, okay, why is he unscrewing this bullet? What did he get?
That's the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
So that's the
Brave
one where
Muhammadan
he
Folding
comes out of the
Fighters?
water in slow motion. Is like,
Oh yeah. It's good stuff. It's great.
Oh, and that's also the one where from behind they show him. Okay, so now Andrea, you got to watch the cartoon, Rambo the cartoon.
I'm interested. It does look good.
I mean, they tried to make it like a kid's cartoon. It was Saturday morning, man. It was just like holy shit.
It looks good.
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of it now. The whole beginning where they show him lacing up his boots and putting on the bandana. I can't believe they made a cartoon out of that.
Like for
Awesome.
kids, they're like,
Yeah.
oh, let's take this extremely violent cop killer movie and turn it into a kid show. Oh, great idea.
Now, have you seen Predator?
I've seen Predator 1, 2, and S.
And what?
And S.
Oh. Which, I guess that was a Predator and Alien where they're in Crested Butte, Colorado.
Yeah, I've seen both of the AVP.
And they blew up Crested Butte.
Oh, yeah.
And like a lot of people in Colorado were like, finally.
We finally got our movie, man.
Fucking elitist motherfucker, blow them up. We call it Crested Butte crusted butt.
Okay, so they're the shitholes.
They're probably not bad, but like it's so like we live in Crested Butte. It's like no. I thought it was funny they blew it up.
Well, you got to blow it up. There's aliens in there.
But the first Predator, I will watch that. If I just got done watching it and somebody comes down and goes, "Is this Predator?" I go, "Yeah, let's start it over." It's
Predator 2, I really enjoyed it.
most gratuitous swearing in any movie.
Predator 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just fun to watch. Yeah.
Danny Glover is leaving like a trailer. And Gary, what's his name? What's his fucking name?
I don't know. I don't know.
The crazy guy. Sam Cedar made that. Gary Busey. Sam
There you
Cedar directed the reality show Being Busey or I'm with
That's
Busey.
interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, Sam Cedar talks about how he would just outright lie to Busey to get him to do stuff. Like they're out in the desert and Busey said something like, I want to be somewhere that's like spiritually connected to the earth. And Sam goes, oh no, that's why we're here. That's this place. He goes, really? He goes, yeah. We checked with everyone. That's this place. He's like, okay, perfect.
We checked with everyone.
Yeah.
Who's everyone? Every single one.
I'm paraphrasing, but yes, I did live in Colorado for 20 some years. So I don't anymore. So Gary Busey's like the cop who's saying like, don't go in there. We got an operation going on. We don't want local police handling this. And he's talking. It's great cinematography because he's at the door leaving this trailer where they're doing their operation. And he's right up on the camera. And you can see Busey back there saying, don't do it. And then there's a beat. And Donald Glover, he's right in the camera. He goes, fuck that shit. And then goes out. And it's like, man, he just shouted that. It was like his close up so they could get him swearing.
Yep. It's really good. It's really good.
So good. There's so much cussing going on in that.
Oh,
Anyway.
It's amazing.
All right. We're coming right up on 4 hours. It's 2
Is
a.m.
it
on the
Is
East
it
Coast.
time? Is it time to turn it off?
I mean,
the ghosts in the back of the room. Is it time?
I think the ghosts have like, we outlasted them. I think they were like, dude, God, we were going to haunt you guys, but fucking now.
Yeah, I'm tired.
But I guess if you think about it, it's always the devil's hour somewhere.
That's true.
The last thing I'll say, do you have anything you want to say before we go?
I have a lot.
I mean, do you have any plugs? Do you have any words of inspiration for people out there?
Words of inspiration are, it's a crazy world out there. Take care of yourself.
And I will just say that when you, and everyone we knew could believe, do, and share in what was true.
What the fuck was that?
Those are song lyrics that don't make any sense at all. But reminder, we
They
don't
make
want
dollars?
Maybe. Oh, yeah. Actually, Wang Chung was a very popular group in the 80s. Do you remember the song Everyone Wang Chung Tonight?
I'm afraid I don't know. I don't remember that song.
Oh, well, it was very popular.
I've definitely heard it before. I just don't remember it.
Just reminder, don't talk over the outro, please.
Well, why would I do that? That would be ridiculous.
I don't know, but you are. So please don't.
What am I? Whatever I am is you.
All right, John,
Right.
appreciate you calling in. We'll talk to you again soon. And people
All
can
right.
check you
All right,
out
take
on the
care.
Letterhack show tonight.
I'm not going to be on the Letterhack show tonight.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not. No. Live primary squad members, all that's over with. I will
All
probably
right.
be on in about 3 or 4 weeks, but I'll tell people on the call when I
right.
call into this show about it at that point.
All right. Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Okay, take care. All right.
Look, we got a little drama apparently happening on the.
Trouble in Paradise.
Yeah, I guess so. Not so easy. The podcast game's not so easy. People seem to think it is. Can't just jump
A lot
right
of
in.
drama behind the scenes.
Can't just jump right in, folks.
John comes crawling back to his ex, huh?